Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, is hereby called to order. As you all know, I am not the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, although I chaired it in my past 3 terms. And I'm happy to report that the agreements and treaties and conventions that I sponsored in this chamber in the past 3 terms from 1998 have been very, very productive and very good for the country, namely the Paris Agreement, as you all know, and just in my previous term, the EFTA, which is a trade agreement with 4 countries. That's Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland. Not been to those countries except Switzerland, but I'm happy to say that where there was a trade deficit before 2018, now I believe there's a trade surplus with the EFTA countries after we sponsored the concurrence in the ratification of EFTA. So that's a fact, not coming from me, but coming from the Department of Trade and Industry. Before the COMSEC recognizes our resource persons today, I would like to read a brief opening statement and recognize the newly confirmed Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry who will speak later. Isang makabuluhang araw sa ating lahat. First, we would like to acknowledge, wait, not yet. The senators are coming. Senate President Subiri advised us that he will be joining. Today's hearing is a continuation of the discussion on the RCEP. In the previous Congress, Minority Leader Coco Pimentel had already heard it comprehensively, hopefully with all agencies of government, as well as heard the opposition to the concurrence of RCEP. Senator Marcos, chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, had already conducted hearings, and TWG as well. There may be difficulties and challenges in its passage, and I, as Senate President pro tempore, had been earnestly requested to hear it, and there was a more than 5-hour briefing yesterday, which I chaired as well. Whether I will continue to shepherd the process and sponsor this is still a question after I hear everyone today. So given that RCEP is said to be the world's largest trade and investment agreement with 10 countries of the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, with Australia, China, Japan, South Korea, and New Zealand as trading partners, it is necessary that we take careful study and consideration of the positions of all stakeholders. The free trade deal has specific provisions covering trade in goods, including rules of origin, customs procedures and trade facilitation, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, standards, technical regulations, and conformity assessment procedures, and trade remedies. It was reported that RCEP economies account for 29% of the global gross domestic product. In 2021, the global gross domestic product was $96.51 trillion according to the World Bank. The DTI and NEDA are free to correct my figures if not totally accurate. This affects 2.2 billion people in the region. RCEP member economies account for 50.4% of the Philippines' export market, 67.3% of the country's imports, 58% of the country's foreign direct investment inflows, according to the DTI. Where is USEC of DTI? Rodolfo. Yes. He's always catching up. Even yesterday, he was catching up. People should come here in time. The trade agreement offers to decrease the country's poverty incidence by 4.97%. This statement, I'd like the DTI, and the DA, and NEDA to prove to me. I want to see what timeline do you have to reduce the poverty incidence by 5%? In how many months, years, decades, and how? And what are the resources needed? You have to be able to answer this. I wasn't able to ask you this yesterday. But beyond exports and imports and the economic and societal benefits that it supposedly offers, how does RCEP affect every one and one sa bawat Pilipino? How does this help improve our internal and domestic policies? How will our domestic policy align with the global agreement? What is an acceptable RCEP? Trade agreements have a direct effect on people's lives, which is why this must be subject to public scrutiny in the most transparent way possible. The scrutiny must be based on facts. Opposition to this measure has raised as an issue the Philippines' long-standing trade deficit. I asked that question yesterday. ASEC, Jepti gave us some figures. You can restate that today. As of January 2023, it stood at 58.3 billion US dollars. The Department of Agriculture, who's representing the DA now? Oh, DA, why are you not here? DA cannot not be here. ComSec, can you please find out the ASEC in charge, DA? The Department of Agriculture reported that about 667.5 million worth of agriculture and fishery products were smuggled into the country. I asked the DA, did they comply with the food and water mapping yesterday? Did they submit it, as well as the list of usually smuggled products? ComSec? Yeah, could I have a hard copy, please? Well, the Bureau of Customs, are you represented here today, BOC? The two most important agencies, why are you not here? I'll give you a chance. Can you call Bureau of Customs? They should be here. They seized 1.99 billion worth of agriculture products. So DA and BOC, the highest officers in charge, must be here. Although this hearing will hear mostly the oppositors to the agreement, I earnestly request the cooperation of the Department of Agriculture and the Bureau of Customs. Why are you both absent? Were they invited? Yes, people should be on time. These issues are alarming, and our government should address the possible distributional effects of a trade agreement by targeting domestic decisions. Now is a time better than any for those of us upon whom our laws have assigned mandates and duties to perform to ensure that there are measures and policies in place and to protect the interests of our country and the people must be as necessary to enforce laws and rules. So I would like to request our committee secretary, Attorney Dana Alberto, to acknowledge our guests and resource persons and allow Secretary Pascual to make his opening statement and all other agencies. So Secretary Pascual, and then a brief opening statement, and Undersecretary, a good friend from way back, Undersecretary Fentabella, all the other agencies, since you had a lengthy presentation and a long discussion yesterday, no longer, because I want to hear the oppositors today. And before that, I would like to hear from the Federation of Free Farmers and the others. Were you consulted before in previous congresses? Because I'm the nth senator who is hearing this. Kayo ba'y nakonsulta po? Ang inputs ba nyo ay dinggin, narinig? Yun. But as we know, for those who are not familiar with trade, with treaties, agreements, and conventions, we either ratify, concur in the ratification, or reject. We cannot amend anything in a treaty because it's already been ratified, acceded to, signatured, whichever you call it, DFA. What is the right word? Acceded. What is the right word, Ambassador?
When open for signature, ma'am, it would be signing. When the period of signing is over, which is usually...
Okay, for signing. Once
Cease-
it is
se-
signed, what do you call it? The process of ratification goes through. So this is not yet completed because it's not yet been concurred in, right? But this has been signed. Yes, in the time of the previous administration. Correct. So, even if we wish to amend certain provisions, it is not allowed by virtue of it being a treaty that was already signed by the executive department. Ang tungkulin po ng Senado ay dinggin, intindihin, sponsor, at botohan. Is it right, Filipino? We need 2/3 vote to be able to concur. Okay. Having said that, we listen first to Secretary Pascual, then Undersecretary Fentabella briefly, perhaps Undersecretary Soreta as well, and Attorney Alberto Comsec to acknowledge all our guests for today. Thank you. Secretary.
Good morning. The Committee on Foreign
Secretary speaks first, and then Undersecretary, then you acknowledge the others after they speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lauren Legarda, particularly this opportunity to highlight the importance of this Philippines' participation in the RCEP agreement, and also for the opportunity to respond to issues that might be raised during this hearing. Before we proceed with the discussions, allow me to provide a brief statement why the Philippines must ratify this mega free trade agreement. It must be reiterated that RCEP is an ASEAN-led FTA, and we are part of ASEAN. This is aimed at maintaining ASEAN centrality within the broader region. It is not just a simple trade agreement, as already been highlighted, which provides enhanced market access and a stable regulatory framework. It is a strategic tool in ensuring the region's continued economic advantage and will help maintain a balance of power within the region. Considering the rise of protectionism and ongoing geopolitical crisis, the signing and entry into force of RCEP reflects the ASEAN region's unwavering commitment to a rules-based trading system that maintains an open, stable, free, and fair trading environment. RCEP is expected to further promote economic efficiency of member states, strengthening linkages in sectors such as manufacturing, technology, agriculture, and natural resources, as well as reinforcing SME participation in the global value chain networks. Through improved market access for goods and services, as well as stable and predictable RCEP provides a platform to encourage more investments in the country. These investments are what we need to grow our economy. However, it must be highlighted that RCEP is not only a policy tool for trade liberalization and market access. RCEP provides a framework of rules and disciplines to ensure regulatory consistency, creating a conducive business environment that is key to ensuring confidence of the business and inspiring further economic growth. I'd like to emphasize that RCEP is not a magic bullet that will solve our problems in the various sectors. It only provides an enabling environment. Government and business will still need to do their part, make our industries more productive and more competitive. Considering that a number of trading partners and competitors are also participating in this agreement, delays in the Philippine participation will result in the diversion of trade and investments towards other countries, our neighboring countries, which are already within the regional bloc at the expense of our local industry and people. As other countries in the region enjoy preferential treatment arising from enhanced market access, wider sourcing of raw materials, and a strengthened and transparent trading system, the existing linkages of the Philippines to the global value chain may deteriorate as investors and businesses look to other countries for better economic environment and opportunities. Our exports could become less competitive, including electronic and agricultural products, as intermediate goods used as inputs for further production and manufacturing become more expensive in comparison to our competitors. Those are the downsides of not joining RCEP. As demonstrated by the high anticipation among foreign investors for the Philippines to be part of this agreement, and alongside the recent economic reforms undertaken by the country, such as amendments to the Public Service Act, Foreign Investments Act, and the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. We are indeed sending a signal of our readiness and seriousness to accelerate the country's economic recovery and growth, and overall standing in the global trading environment. Thus, while we recognize the concerns raised by some sectors, it is important to understand the bigger picture and view RCEP in terms of opportunities it can bring us overall. We are situated in a dynamic region of the world, and we cannot afford to remain out of its further economic integration. In any case, the government will continue to provide the needed support and level the playing field to equip and sharpen the capacity of our businesses, including those in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Pascual. And just to reiterate that we are the only country in ASEAN that has not yet joined or ratified the RCEP. Okay, just to be very clear. And maybe just a few statements from Undersecretary Fuentabella. Is there a provision in RCEP that directly addresses the transition to clean, affordable energy? Perhaps an opening statement. Yeah, Wimpy.
Thank you, Madam Senator, to fellows Fred Pascual, fellow King Soreta, to our fellow civil servants here, and to our guests. Magandang umaga po from the Department of Energy. The DOE is part of 3 out of 20 working groups or sub-working groups, specifically in trade in goods, in trade in services, and in government procurement. As far as this agreement is concerned, the Department of Energy believes that investments, energy security, and access to technologies are inevitable. Why we have concurred with this agreement is 1, we need investments. It is our view that the energy sector is a capital-intensive undertaking where Filipino capital may not be sufficient. 2, we need technology. The developed countries such as Australia, China, Japan, Korea, New Zealand have advanced technological capabilities. Services by these developed countries would enhance technology transfer to the local counterparts, to the department and the energy stakeholders. And number 3, international energy cooperation is seen as vital in pursuing collaborative activities with other countries to realize our goal to have self-sufficiency, to have energy security, and sustainability. We are utilizing this agreement to pursue the Philippine Energy Plan that works towards energy security. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Undersecretary Fuentabella. Does the DFA wish to make an opening statement or no need? Would you like to say something? Wag na po. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, ma'am, that foreign policy is strongest when there's national consensus behind it. And you, Madam Chair, have been crucial in helping our foreign policy develop that national consensus. And we hope to continue working with you in doing so to strengthen our foreign policy. Thank you, ma'am.
Today, during our briefing, I asked the agencies of government in the many years that I chaired the Foreign Relations Committee, whether they're foreign trade agreements or other agreements, treaties, and conventions which have been beneficial to our country. And you cited all, especially, of course, you didn't mention the Paris Agreement. That's my legacy. But the EFTA of late. And now, interesting na sinabi po nila, I think it was ASEC Jepti that mentioned that before 2018, am I correct, there was a trade deficit, and now we export Philippine-made vacuum cleaners and electric fans called Dyson, which originated from the UK because of the trade barriers that were lowered or eliminated because of my sponsorship in 2018 of EFTA, which before then was languishing in the archives, or was it pending for quite a while? Right? Mm-mm. Use a microphone. Yes. Thank you.
The EFTA was negotiated in 2015 and concluded in 2016.
So
And it
not,
was
not too long.
ratified and concurred in 2018.
Okay, not too long, not like the other agreements. Thank you very much. So, may we hear from the COMSEC, magsimula po sa ating mga didinggin na mga oppositors sa RCEP hanggang sa lahat ng mga kawani ng gobyerno. Thank you.
Good morning. The Committee on Foreign Relations would like to acknowledge the presence of its distinguished guests, namely from United Broiler Racers Association, we have Attorney Elias Jose M. Insyong. From Federation of Free Farmers, we have Mr. Leonardo Montemayor and Mr. Raul Montemayor. And from Alianza Agricultura, we have Dr. Ernesto Ordonez. From the Department of Energy, we have Undersecretary Felix William B. Fuentebella. From the National Economic Development Authority, we have Director Bien A. Ganapin. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have Assistant Secretary Gina Hamoralin. From Department of Foreign Affairs, we have Undersecretary Carlos D. Sareta. From Department of Trade and Industry, we have Assistant Secretary Alan B. Hepti. Also from DTI, we have Secretary Alfredo E. Pascual. From Department of Agriculture, we have Assistant Secretary Noel Padre. From the Bureau of Customs, we have Attorney Julito Doria.
We are grateful. We recognize the presence of our dear Senate President Miguel Zubiri, who had requested me to take over the RCEP, but who will help me shepherd the process. But of course, listening to our dear friends from our farmers, our fisher folks, the MSMEs as author of the MSME law. So thank you, Mr. President, for joining us today. COMSEC, proceed. Hi, Ernie. Okay, proceed. Pakispeed up lang po yung mga present po today. Thank you.
Also from DFA, Director Anthony Aguirre. From Tariff Commission, Commissioner Marisa Padaron. From DBM, we have Mr. Mark James Evangelista. From Philippine Competition Commission, Executive Director Kenneth Tanate. We also, from the gallery, we have SEC. And from DAR, from SEC, we have Assistant Director Violeta Infante, Attorney Anne Kathleen G. Daguro, and Ms. Paula R. Batalla. And from DAR, we have Attorney Edwin N. Mendame Jr. po. That would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I hope everyone who are seated here have been acknowledged, and the others, I did not see their names. I would assume that they are with us in the room. Yes. Sino po yung taga-DAR? Wala po dito. Yes, okay. Sino po yung taga-SEC? Wala po dito. Okay. Sino po? Teka, Customs andito, DA, Tariff Commission, PCC is here. DA, nandito na kayo, yes. And NEDA, DOE, okay. May we ask the Senate President to have an opening statement, and then we will acknowledge the Federation of Free Farmers and yes, can you have a name for Mr. Ordonez, Pharma USEC? SP.
Maraming salamat sa ating subcommittee chair, our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Lauren Legarda, for this opportunity. And good morning, blessed good morning, Secretary Pascual, freshly minted secretary, confirmed. And you know the job at hand, and I'm very excited for you and for the department. To all our ASECs that are here, all the secretaries and undersecretaries, the directors, Wimpy, my cousin is here as well, and all our friends from the Tariff Commission, the DA, and our friends also in the sectors, the farming sectors that are here, agriculture sector. Pleasant good morning to everyone. We are discussing a treaty that has a significant role to play for our exports as well as imports in the next few decades, and this is RCEP. Initially, we were hesitant in the last Congress due to the fact that we were also supportive of the agriculture sector. I'd like to put on record, I am an agriculturist by education and by profession. So I know where I believe I know where I'm coming from. And I also have my share of protecting certain agricultural industries like the sugar industry. I'm one of their spokesmen here in the Senate. And Bukidnon is the second largest producer of sugar in the country next to Negros Occidental. So definitely agriculture is very close to my heart. And at the same breath, Bukidnon is also the largest exporter of agricultural products, which is pineapples from Del Monte and Dole, which we send all the way to South Korea, Japan, and other countries, as well as bananas. So we also produce highland bananas for export. So this industry is very close to my heart. However, pointing that out, agriculture is not the only industry in the country. And we have to also open our eyes to all the other industries such as semiconductors, our exports, our MSMEs doing weaving, basket weaving, handicrafts that we export all over the world, not to mention even car parts, plane parts, parts of different components of high-tech equipment are being made in the Philippines and exported all over the world. With that said, we have to look at the totality of this measure, the totality of how many people it can help in the future. I'm here to listen to the pros and cons of the measure, but in the end, we have to look at the overall picture on how this will help our country grow into tiger status. And I say this because out of the 15 countries that had signed on, we're the only one that has not ratified. There must have been something good for 14 other countries in the ASEAN region, plus China, Japan, Korea, South Korea, New Zealand, and Australia to sign on, including Cambodia, Laos, and all those tiered lower than us, supposedly lower than us in our growth in this ASEAN region. There must be something good about it, and that's what I told my colleagues yesterday, that we are going to miss out on, because let's be practical about it. We cannot be left alone as an isolated island here when this economic partnership progresses and prospers for these nations. With due respect to my colleagues in the agri-sector, we have to produce more efficiently, more effectively. I had an opportunity, Madam Chair, I mentioned this to you in the group yesterday, to meet with Mr. Nastari of Dr. Nastari. He's the father of Brazilian ethanol. He was here and he met the president yesterday to give directions on what we could do with the sugar industry in the Philippines as what they had done in Brazil. The ethanol and sugar program of Brazil is number 3 in the, I think, number 3 largest industry in Brazil. Doon pag sinabi mo na farmer ka, mayaman ka, marami kang pera, sikat ka, ikaw ay big time. Unfortunately, dito sa atin, pag sinabi mo magsasaka ka, mahirap. Mga mahirap at hirap na hirap talaga sila mag-survive. That's another hearing for us to discuss. And we can share lots of inputs on how we can improve this. But my point is, when we met with him, he said, Senator Zubiri, this was Sunday, in the house of a dear friend of ours. I know many of you must know her, Aileen Oigonco, the daughter of Mr. Oigonco, who used to be the Philippine-Chinese Federation of Commerce, who's an agri person. You all know that they're in agribusiness. He said, point blank, the time that the sugar industry grew in Brazil is when we opened up. Initially, we had difficulties. All the farmers had difficulties, Madam Chair. She said that we all had problems. Of course, importation came in, cheaper sugar and all. But we were resilient. We got together and said, let's make our farming more efficient. Let's produce more per hectareage of land. Let us harvest efficiently so hindi masisira yung produkto pag farm to market and post-harvest. Alam nyo, because of that, they're the number one in the world, next to India and Brazil and Thailand. They opened up. Sabi nila, that's the only way to do it, Your Honor. Masakit pakinggan para sa akin kasi kung gagawin namin yun, ubus kami sa Thailand and Brazilian sugar prices. But he said, that's the only way. If you're competitive globally, that means you have made it, you've been more efficient as an agriculture sector. That opened my mind. I want to find out also from the stakeholders here, particularly the proponents of RCEP, how long, because I know there is a period, there's a gestation period, there's a period wherein it is fully open to agriculture, and I know it's between 10 to 15 years. If that is correct, if I'm hearing this correct from other people, that it is a 10-year period before we all fully open up, including agriculture, I think 10 years is a good enough time for us to improve. If we do not improve within those 10 years, then talaga shame on us as a country to help not being able to help our farmers. That's 2033. I won't even be in politics anymore. I'm going to retire after this term. So imagine, we have to be capable by that time to make our agriculture efficient. That's number one. Number two, we have to also remember that today we just got an 8.7 inflation rate. 8.7. We had a wonderful report the other week when we had 7.6 growth rate, GDP growth rate. But with an 8.7 inflation rate overtaking us, all the efforts of these gentlemen here and ladies to increase our GDP growth rate is not, because mas mahal, it's not overtaking our inflation rate. Now, food cost was high on the inflation rate. Food cost. Ibig sabihin, napakamahal ng pagkain natin dito sa ating bansa. It's expensive. That's why the other day I was appalled to see in the news, and we took it up during your hearing, Secretary, on the confirmation last Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. It was last Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays ago. During your hearing, we mentioned about onions. Garlic. Okay na yung onions, bumababa na. Pero yung garlic, 400 pesos yung garlic. 400 pesos, but Taiwanese garlic is being sold at 100 pesos. That alarms me. I'm happy for the farmer if he really gets the 400 pesos, because I know it's only the traders and the hoarders who get the 400 pesos. And the market price in Ilocos, when I asked Jaime, was only 80 to 100 pesos. But what alarms me is that other countries can produce so much cheaper than us. So we have to improve. To my friends in the agriculture sector, please bear with me. Huwag po kayo masyadong magalit. But ang totoo dyan, kailangan natin pagandahin, palakasin ang ating agriculture sector. Let us not just always think about high prices. Because high prices, which are good prices for you, kawawa taong bayan. Eventually, kawawa din yung taong bayan. I've always been fighting with the sugar planters kasi when I meet with the sugar planters, I tell them, you have to find the sweet spot. What is the sweet spot? The sweet spot is a price good enough for you to make money, but also affordable enough for our people to enjoy your product. Because if not, the truth of the matter is the president, ladies and gentlemen, and I've been through how many administrations since the time of ERAP. Si Sir Leone was with me in the 11th Congress. Since the time of President Estrada until now, the president's hands are tied. When the prices go up, they have no choice but to import because they have to bring inflation down. Kaya ayoko naman mag-import kasi mamamatay kayo. Kaya magtulungan tayo. But in this case, Madam Chair, I am very passionate about this now in RCEP because I am not a senator for the sugar industry. I'm not a senator for the agriculture industry. I am the senator for the Republic of the Philippines, for everyone who produces export products, that want to put their produce in Australia, want to bring their produce to New Zealand, they want to bring their produce to South Korea, where we do not have a free trade agreement. We have no free trade agreement with these countries. This is an opportunity now. MSMEs, like Potato Corner and all of them who want to do business now in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Cambodia, will have a free opportunity now to do their trade with these ASEAN countries. Now they can be an ASEAN business model and leader. And I say this because every time I meet with the president, when he comes from a trip from an ASEAN country, ang bukang bibig daw ng ASEAN president or prime minister is, bakit, I know you're there, Secretary, I know you're with them in those meetings. Ano sinasabi nila? Bakit hindi pa daw tayo nag-ratify ng RCEP? In other words, if we're not part of this membership, other countries will just look away from the Philippines and invest into other Southeast Asian countries. Yan ang nakakatakot. So we have to look at the bigger picture on this. But nevertheless, I'm happy that the oppositors are here. Let us listen to their side and let us allay their fears with the government side. Kasi I'm also an agriculturist. I don't also want my people in Bukidnon to suffer. But at the same time, we have to look for ways and solutions to finally solve the problem of the agriculture industry. So thank you for your patience, Madam Chair. Thank you for your patience in my very passionate statement. I just feel that as a nation, I want this administration to succeed. I want our nation to succeed. And the only way to do that is not to exclude ourselves like North Korea in these economic partnerships, but at the same time, strengthen our fundamentals in the country, strengthen agriculture, strengthen the food chain system, the supply chain system, and so that these farmers can actually bypass these traders and go directly to the markets. And with that, I think we will drop our inflation costs, unless, of course, energy, Yusek Wimpy is there, unless, of course, energy costs can go down as well. That will definitely be a welcome news once we bring down energy costs and food costs of the country. So again, maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well said. Thank you to our farmer, Senate President. He's probably a big farmer. I'm a smallholder farm. Yes, small time kami. I'm a weekend farmer and I actually grow my own food. Proud to say to the Federation of Free Farmers, sama nga ako sa iyo, na sa 3 taon po ng pandemya ay binuhay ko po ang higit sa 2 dosenang pamilya na libre ang gulay sa araw-araw hanggang ngayon. And all my staff and neighbors and friends benefited from a small plot of land where I grow my own food. I make my own compost, organic fertilizer. I gather rainwater para hindi po galing sa tap na may chlorine ang pang tubig sa halaman po. At zero waste dahil ginagamit po ang mga tirang pagkain at yung mga dry twigs para sa organic compost. And of course, we recycle bote-lata plastic. So being an environmentalist, a climate advocate, and a farmer, that's all rolled into one. So the Senate leadership and the Senate is one with you. Kaya sabi ko po, ang ating hearing ngayon ay nakafocus po sa Federation of Free Farmers, sa Alyansa Agrikultura, sa lahat po na hindi sumasang-ayon para iisa-isahin natin. Una, naimbita ba kayo, nakonsulta ba kayo, ano yung issue ninyo at didinggin ng lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno. Ito ba'y nasa provision ng RCEP? Ito ba'y talaga makakasama? Or baka may panukulang batas na dapat gawin para masolusyonan ang inyong concern? Kami po ay nandito para sa inyo. Kami ay farmers in our own little way, not experts like you. That's why we want to learn from you, be educated by you, and be enlightened by you on the way forward so that food costs, as the Senate President has said, would go down so that there will be no hungry Filipino family. Having said that, may we hear from Mr. Leonardo Montemayor. Matagal na po, mula dekada na po, ang pagbibigay po ni Mr. Montemayor ng kanyang expertise. We'll listen to you, sir. I know you have a presentation. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. And of course, to our good friend, the Senate President, Mig Zubiri. Magandang umaga po, maayong buntag. Secretary Pascual, congratulations. The others in the room. I will briefly introduce, Madam Chair, our joint position paper, and to be followed by a more, shall I say, to elaborate more, we have a slide presentation, and then Mr. Bong Insyong of the United Broiler Raisers Association will also speak. Of course, Ernie Ordonez of Alianza Agricultura. And we also have in the room Dr. Rene Ofreneo. He is a former Undersecretary of Labor, President of the Freedom from Debt Coalition. So he will discuss, among others, the economic modeling that is being followed by the RCEP proponents. And of course, Attorney Tony Salvador, he is a specialist in trade law associated with the Third World Network. Tony, no? And a few others. So, Madam Chair, noong pong January 31, nagpalabas po kami ng isang joint position paper. Ang pamagat po nito ay No to RCEP. Don't make the Philippines an ukay-ukay republic. Exactly a year in 2021, we made a final appeal to the Senate of the then 18th Congress. The committee then was chaired by Senator Coco Pimentel. So essentially, yung sinabi namin noon, ganon din pong nilalaman nito with some additions. And what is significant, Madam Chair, is that this statement, first of all, it's signed by 131 organizations. The organizations range across the entire spectrum of commodities in agriculture and fisheries. So you have rice, you have corn, you have meats, you have eggs, you have vegetables, including onions, you have coconut, you have the fishing sector, and for the information of especially our Senate President, the sugar sector. So ito pong statement na ito, pirmado po ng mga major organizations in the sugar industry, the planters groups. I'm referring to CONFED, I'm referring to PANAYFED, National Federation of Sugarcane Planters, Luzon Fed in Luzon, UniFed in Negros, and some smaller cooperatives. Hindi lang po mga sugar producers federations, pati po mga manggagawa po sa pamagitan po ng kanilang mga union led by the National Congress of Unions in the sugar industry of the Philippines, NACUSIP, National Federation of Sugar Workers, NFSW, Union ng Manggagawa sa Agrikultura. So, kumbaga, it's the entire sector, spectrum, Madam Chairperson. We are united in this position paper. And may I also add that wala po kaming kinilalang ideolohiya. You will notice po yung political spectrum dito, ideological spectrum, you might say, merong nasa kanan, may nasa gitna, meron po nasa kaliwa. The entire political ideological spectrum. So siguro naman, we hope that the Senate can give due consideration to this appeal. Also very briefly, Madam Chair, before I ask Raul here to give a short slide presentation, I just want to emphasize po na hindi po maliit itong sektor namin. 25% of the labor force is accounted for by farmers, fisherfolk, and other agricultural producers. In terms of contribution to gross domestic product, agriculture and agribusiness, related po yung dalawa, 35% of GDP. Now, if you count by number of people, easily kalahati po ng ating populasyon. They derive their livelihood incomes from the agriculture and fisheries sector. And then, malungkot po, despite all these figures, the biggest incidence of poverty is in the rural sector. So, hindi naman po tama yata na parang agriculture is napakaliit. Why are we sacrificing the entire economy? Samantalang, kukunti lang naman. Yan po yung una na gusto ko pong sabihin. Now, in terms of Madam Chair, the consultation process, sad to say, since 2019, there was hardly any consultation with the agri-fishery sector. Starting during the time of Secretary Willie Dar, my good friend, unfortunately, he scrapped the Committee on International Trade. So simula po noon, wala nang kontak eh. Nalaman lang po namin na napirmahan na pala ni Pangulong Duterte yung RCEP agreement, I think in November of 2020. Opo. Pero wala po kaming kaalam-alam na gano'n na pala. Tapos na. Ang alam lang namin, yung India, umurong. Kaya doon po sa sinabi kanina ni Senate President Zubiri, hindi lang po Pilipinas sa ngayon ang wala. India.
Let me correct
umurong po sila.
former Secretary
Yeah.
Leon. What I meant was, for those who those who signed, India talaga didn't want, because it's a China-led, RCEP is China-led. So talagang bumaliktad sila. And they did not sign. So for those 15 that signed, we're the only one who was not ratified. Let me clarify.
I stand corrected.
Thank you for that clarification. At ang ibig natin sabihin po, yung ibang ekonomiya malalaki, yung non-ASEAN. Sa Association of Southeast Asian Nations po, tayo po ang bukod tanging hindi po nagratipika pero pumirma po. Maski po ang Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, lahat po ng ASEAN nations pumirma, nag-accede, at natapos po yung proseso ng ratifikasyon, pati po ang Indonesia. Ang Pilipinas na lang po ang bukod tanging naiiwan sa ASEAN. Ang kapartner po natin na RCEP nations na hindi ASEAN ay Australia, New Zealand, South Korea po, Japan at bansang Sina. Yun po. Sila po ay kasama sa RCEP nations na halos kalahati nga daw ng trade sa mundo ba? Or is it 30%? Sure. Yan. Pero India nga po, tama si Senate President, hindi po sila naglagda, hindi po sila nagratify. So there's nothing to
Hindi sila pumirma.
go out of, right? They never ratified it. Oo, nagde-negotiate, nag-uusap. Hindi nila siguro, I was not in negotiations, nakuha ang gusto nila, hindi na tumuloy. So, tayo lang, maybe, I think it would be best to compare ourselves with the neighboring ASEAN nations. The reason why Senate President and I are here is because he's correct. There must be something they saw that we have not seen. Baka po may tama silang ginawa. O baka naman meron tayong sekretong alam na hindi alam ng ibang ASEAN na itago natin, tayo lang ang may gintong kaisipan na huwag tayo sumanib dito dahil mawawasak ang ekonomiya pag tayo ay sumama. Kaya nakikinig po kami sa inyo. Pangalawa po, ang asukal napakahalaga, pati po ang Antique, ako po'y taga-Panay, si Senate President ay taga-Negros at Bukidnon, at kayo po, binabanggit po nyo. Hindi po kasama ang sugar sa 33 tariff lines, if I'm not mistaken. Right? DA and DTI. I asked that yesterday. Liliberalize ba nyo? Bubuksan ba nyo? Babagsak ba ang mura ng mga produkto na sensitive sa atin? Sabi nila, hindi daw. In fact, nakaharap sa akin ang 33 tariff lines, ang immediately magiging zero, ang olives at olive oil. At tinanong ko, meron ba tayong industriya ng olives? Gusto kong makita. At olive oil. Yun lang po. Anyway, I will continue to listen to you po at gusto ko lang pong ipaliwanag na ang sugar ay hindi po kasama sa RCEP. Kung ano pong ating FTAs na linagdaan sa mga nakaraang taon o dekada, iba pong usapin. Just for the information of everybody, the Philippines has only 2 bilateral FTAs. Ito po yung with Japan. JPEPA ang tinawag natin maybe 10 years ago. You were already, were you congressman or a baby then? Okay. You were already senator then, maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago.
Number 16 po.
Okay, so we voted in favor of JPEPA. And just so that you, nag-increase ang ating trade with Japan, right? Because of JPEPA, by how many %? You told me that yesterday, if you remember. You don't have the figures now. You read it into the record in our briefing. Anyway, and then the second FTA that we have, because dalawa lang po, ay EFTA. Ako po ang nag-sponsor. Natutuwa naman ako with those 4 EFTA nations, including Switzerland. From deficit, naging trade surplus mula nung 2018. Maliit lang, pero nakatulong. Yun lang po. The others are ASEAN trade agreements with other nations. Am I correct? Newly confirmed Secretary Pascual, UP President? Is my information accurate? Okay. I'm just, yes. Yes.
Yeah, we only have 2 bilateral
Yes, I'm correct.
FTAs. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
just-
we're campaigning for now, to
Okay.
have more of these FTAs.
Okay. Okay, so yun lang po. O sige, balik po tayo kay Mr. Montemayor. Salamat po.
Opo, before we ask Raul to present the slide here, Madam Chair, may I just add that we were very encouraged when the then President-elect Bongbong Marcos in May of this year announced that while he sees the value of trade, he said that he wants to make sure that the agriculture sector is, I think he used the word robust or prepared or ready to enter into the RCEP. And so that, in fact, even before the president made the statement, for the past more than a year already, we had been waiting for the measures to be submitted, I think, by the Department of Agriculture and other agencies. What are the threats to agriculture in an RCEP regime? And what are the countermeasures and in other words, the safety nets and the competitiveness enhancement measures to counter these difficulties? Hanggang ngayon po wala. So siguro naman hindi rin po kami masisi na after waiting for about a year, ito na naman. Yes. So yun po ang naging
Makikinig po
problema
kami sa PowerPoint po ninyo.
Sige
Opo. And then, okay lang po. I mean, we love to hear from you. And sir, I just wanted to really go direct to the point. Saan po yung provision ng RCEP na sa tingin po ninyo ay makakasama po sa sugar industry na inyong binanggit? Kasi gusto ko pong ma-educate. Sa basa ko po ng RCEP at sa tanong ko po sa ahensya ng gobyerno, wala po silang mapakita. Ngayon lang po ako mag-chair nito. Kahapon po, naghigit sa 5 oras po akong briefing. Ang staff ko po, hindi rin makita. Pero dinidiin po nyo na ang sugar industry ay apektado. Gusto ko pong makita sana po kung paano po mag-aapektuhan sa masamang paraan ang sugar industry sa provision ng RCEP. Kung may problema ang industriyang
Or any other industry.
or any other industry aside from the 33 tariff lines. Kasi baka yung presentation sa akin ni DTI, may tinatago pala. So, ipakita po nyo sa akin ngayon po. So, gusto ko pong maintindihan. Kami po ni SP nag-uusap, gusto namin maintindihan kung paano po maaapektuhan ang asukal sa masamang paraan sa RCEP po. Thank you.
Madam Chair, so Leonie, pasensya na lang po, Madam Chair, no? Maybe we can start already with your PowerPoint. Sure. And then after that, let us go specifics. How will it affect your industries per sector? Industries within the agriculture sector.
Yes.
Then tanong na natin, discourse it to the chairman, and then we will ask them if it will be affected. Para mabilis, sagutin na natin lahat na yun. Lahat ng katanungan nila, sagutin natin na yan. So how long is the presentation, if you don't mind, Attorney?
10 minutes.
Okay, please proceed.
Sige po. Magandang umaga po. And this presentation was made to sort of clarify a lot of misconceptions and misinterpretations of the RCEP. No? So let me just go through it very fast. Next slide, please.
May I just ask the sectors here from the government to listen in? Because later on, we're going to ask you to answer all these point by point.
Okay. So, kailangan intindihin natin yung framework ng RCEP. No? Sa ngayon, we have existing free trade agreements with all RCEP countries. No? We have the ASEAN free trade area, and then we have the ASEAN free trade agreements with Japan, China, etc. Existing na yan for several years. No? When RCEP comes into force, RCEP will not supersede these existing FTAs. They will continue to operate parallel to
Attorney,
RCEP.
before you clarify, do we have an FTA? I don't think we have an FTA with Korea. Now they're trying to get one, but we have not signed yet, no? Wala tayong FTA sa Korea. Wala tayong sa China, wala tayong FTA.
No, no bilateral, but we have the agreement via ASEAN because we are part of ASEAN.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay. And actually what RCEP does is to consolidate all of these individual FTAs between ASEAN and the non-ASEAN countries into one agreement. No? But it's very important to understand that all these individual FTAs of ASEAN will continue to operate parallel to RCEP. No? Hindi po mawawala siya. So even if we do not join RCEP, we will continue to avail of the tariff concessions and privileges under the existing FTAs. No? Malabo ng mata ko. Okay, can you make it a full screen? Pati yung ginawa ko, hindi ko na ma-memorize. Can I go there, ma'am? Pasensya. Okay, so and I can see it now. Oh. So when we have the RCEP and then we have the FTAs, they will operate parallel to each other. And depende na sa importer kung anong FTA ang kanyang i-invoke, no, when trading with another country. So next slide, please. Next. Okay, first myth. Ito na yung issue na amply protected daw yung sensitive products natin under RCEP. Kasi yung mga sensitive products like sugar, no? What happens under RCEP and also in the FTAs is walang tariff reduction. No? Hindi ibig sabihin exempted. No? Ang ibig sabihin lang is under RCEP, kung ano yung taripa natin ngayon, hindi natin ibababa under RCEP. No? But the imports will continue. We will still be open to imports. No? And we are saying, sabi ng Kwan is, nothing to worry about because hindi naman ibababa yung taripa. No? But we have seen over the past few years where our trade deficit has ballooned to $9 billion. No? Agricultural trade deficit po yan. No? During the time when these tariffs for sugar and other products have been in place for several years, lumalaki yung trade deficit. No? So something is wrong. No? Why is that deficit increasing? Why are we continue to import asin, mongo, sibuyas, etc., even if we say that these products are protected? No? And under RCEP, merong hindi bababa ang tariff, but 84% of our agricultural tariff lines will drop to zero at the start of RCEP. No? So we have to see also what will happen to these tariffs. No? To this tariff
Siguro
lines.
po, kung papayag po kayo, no? Para hindi po dumami yung issue, per point gusto nyo sagutin nila ng 1 minuto?
Sure,
Ganun po.
sure.
Kasi iba yung sinabi sa akin kahapon, iba yung naririnig ko. Para daw maayos. Kasi kundi marami ng issues.
Yes,
Oo,
yes.
sige.
Maybe just to
Yung kasi yung
give the-
84% ng tariff line yung gusto ko maintindihan eh.
Yeah.
Kung pwede lang sagutin.
Myth 1, tapusin mo na muna yung myth 1.
Sige.
And then we'll let them
Sige,
answer.
sir. Sige po.
Para point by point, tama po. O,
Yes,
sige.
yes.
Si ASEC Jepti ang lead negotiator. Sige. Yung ating trade deficit, yan tinanong ko kahapon, talagang dekada na ay lumalaki o nananatili. O sige, sagutin niyo po sila.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving.
Attorney, okay ka na dito sa myth 1? So that we can, or you want to finish it? You finished it, no?
No, I just
1 to
want
4?
I just want to say na if we do not do the number 3, no, yung measures that we have to take, it will get worse under RCEP. Whether we join RCEP or not, it will get worse. No, nakikita na natin. Pati asin, imagine. We could produce all of these products, but since we did not do our homework, we become more and more reliant on imports. No? And that will be the scenario under RCEP. So yun lang po.
Salamat po. Sagutin po ng DTI. Ito, yung 84% ng agricultural tariff lines ay magiging zero ang tariff protection sa ilalim ng RCEP. Kasi sa pagkaintindi ko ay only 33 tariff lines are included. I don't know, is at 84%? Hindi po natin maintindihan. Paki-clarify po.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to reply to the submission of Mr. Montemayor, as mentioned earlier, our market is already open and substantially our trade has been liberalized. So in other words, yung bagong RCEP. So trade in agricultural products and industrial goods have been ongoing for years already. In fact, just to set on record, as early as 2005, we have already an ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement. Mula pa yung 2005. At halos 84.8% ng tariff natin na liberalize sa ASEAN-China. 2007, mayroon tayong ASEAN-Korea FTA. Na-liberalize natin ang tariff natin to around 87.7%. 2008, nagkaroon tayo ng ASEAN-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. 92.4% of our tariff has been liberalized. At 2010, meron tayong ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand FTA, 94.7 ang tariff natin liberalized. In other words, open na po yan. Ngayon, tama po si Mr. Montemayor na dito po sa RCEP, basically, yung mga partners natin, sila rin yung mga ASEAN plus 1 partners natin. Sila Australia, New Zealand, China, Japan, and South Korea. So technically, open yung market. Ngayon, kami po sa negotiation, very careful po kami kasi ito yung malaking free trade area. Kaya taking into account na open na yung market, ang ginawa po namin as far as the agri-products are concerned, ang basically in-improve lang namin or binuksan pa further either through elimination of tariff rates or reduction in tariff rates ay ito pong 33 tariff lines. So just to give you a perspective po, ang total tariff lines ng agriculture ay around 1,928 tariff lines yan. 1,564 agricultural tariff lines walang pagbabago sa taripa compare sa existing na ASEAN plus 1 FTA. So hindi namin ginalaw. Yung binuksan or in-improve lang namin ay ito pong 33. Yung 33 na agri-tariff lines, 17 pa dyan, raw materials. 8 tariff lines dyan, inputs, at 8 dyan yung final goods. And this is only equivalent to 1.9% of the total agricultural tariff lines. And when it comes to trade, kung nag-i-import nga ba tayo ng mga produkto na itong binuksan namin sa agri, 0.8% lang po ang percentage nito sa total trade. In fact, sa RCEP, meron pa kaming 331 na agricultural tariff lines na sasabihin ko na mas mahigpit pa yung tariff rates namin na binigay compared sa existing na ASEAN plus 1 FTA. In other words, nagluwag ka sa 33, naghigpit ka naman sa 331. Kaya kung tariff rates ang pag-uusapan po dito sa sa RCEP, I would say na yung agriculture po talaga ay well covered, well protected. Kaya nga po sabi namin is that yung mga sensitive talaga sa ating mga farmers like onions, rice, sugar, etc. In-exclude ho namin yon. Dahil alam po namin talaga na hindi ho talaga pwede, siguradong hindi ho yun papasa. Kaya po, ganun po kaingat ang mga negosyador. Ngayon po, tama naman si Mr. Montemayor na may deficit tayo. I mean, that's the reality. And in fact, we've been checking the records, Your Honor, as to the trade deficit natin. We're just getting the accurate data. But notably, as early as the 60s, deficit in trade in goods has been creeping in. Now, let us examine po kung bakit po tayo may deficit sa agriculture. Ngayon po, pag-uusapan mo ang total importation natin, sa lahat-lahat na ini-import natin, based sa 2018 to 2020 figures na ginather namin. Nag-stop lang kami sa 20 kasi po may pandemic and everything. 87% po ng ini-import natin, non-agricultural products. So ito po yung mga industrial goods. Ang agri-products lang po natin na ini-import sa bansa ay 13%. That's around $13.39 billion. So, in other words, as far as trade is concerned, 13%, no, yung ating agriculture products. Now sa deficit. Bago natin po sabihin na masama o maganda, hindi naman po kasi outrightly kapag nag-import ka ay masama. As long as yung ini-import mo, ginagamit mo for consumption like food security, okay yon kasi kailangan mong bigyan ng pagkain ng iyong tao. Okay mag-import kung gagamitin mong input sa farm or for further production. In-analyze po namin yung data. Sa agri-products from 2018 to 2020, lumalabas po na intermediate products na agri, 62.49% ang ini-import natin. So, ibig sabihin, yung 62.49% na ini-import natin na yan na agricultural products, ginagamit mo yan sa processing or kung anumang proseso sa agri, no? And then yung for consumption natin, that's around 37.48%. So, yung capital goods, 0.0%, maliit. Ngayon po, ang next question, which is very important, ano itong mga produkto na agricultural products na mataas yung importation natin? Unang-una po, sa listahan namin, from 2018 to 2020, cereals. Halos 2.7 billion ata rito ang deficit natin. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang cereals, maybe Asek Noel, ito yung rice. Kasi malakas po tayo mag-import ng rice. No? So pasok dito yung bigas. Meron dito mga residues and waste from the food industries, prepared animal fodder. Technical description po ito, but maybe Tariff Commission can help us. So ito, ginagamit sa food industries. Pangatlo is miscellaneous edible preparations. So, kung minsan po kasi, usually, even coffee ho, malaki ho ang ating importation ng yung coffee ko, yung yung 3-in-1. Meat and edible meat offal. So, ito po, ginagamit po to sa mga canned goods, pag-process ng mga yung hot dogs, etc. Yun. Dairy produce. So, dairy, wala naman tayong dairy. So, in other words, itong mga agricultural products nito na binanggit ko, dito po deficit tayo. But deficit kasi kailangan natin at wala po tayo dito. Kaya ini-import natin. So that's my reply po dito sa sa submission po ni Mr. Montemayor.
Actually, may I add to that, to our dear colleagues attorney, no? I'm with the sugar industry also. We support the sugar industry. The sugar industry right now, ang estimated namin na total production for 2023 is 1.9 million metric tons. Ang kailangan ng ating bansa is 2.4 to 2.5 million metric tons. Ibig sabihin, may kakulangan tayo ng mga 500 to 600,000 metric tons because we cannot produce it. Even the last, and you mentioned, my CONFED is there, all the federations, they all agree. CONFED even defended Serafica, SRA Administrator Serafica, on the need to import. In other words, we need to import to keep the prices low or else talagang shoot up ang Coca-Cola, or walang Coca-Cola and all that. Ibig ko po sabihin, meron po tayong mga industriya ng agrikultura dito na hindi niya kaya na ibigay ang requirement ng ating bansa sa pagkain. We cannot produce it. Admittedly, as much as we want to plant more sugar because of the rainfall, because of the lack of it or the too much of it, we cannot produce what the country needs. Not to mention, we don't have any more areas to produce kasi nakukunan na ng pinya. Sa amin sa Bukidnon, pinya na, bananas, tapos tinitake over pa ng ating mga IP for their ancestral domain, itong mga areas that were formerly leased. So hindi na natatamnan ng agrikultura yan, unfortunately. So may kakulangan, and that is why we have a trade deficit, because we need to import or else we cannot feed our people. Diba? That's the gist of it, Asek, right? Am I right on point? I'm just saying on one agricultural industry,
Kaya po-
we must
Yeah.
import or else the prices of commodities pandesal will go up. So okay,
Yeah.
klaro yan. Okay.
Yes, that is correct po. Kaya po yung mga in-import nating agri-products, talagang kailangan po natin yon at wala po tayo.
And then maybe to answer number 3, because nakalagay ni kay attorney dyan yung government programs, particularly in the sugar industry, we passed the SIDA law. The SIDA law is there to increase productivity. We've put 2 billion pesos for farm to market roads. We put 500 million every year yan to improve varieties and to mechanize and all. Meron tayong nagawa in terms of legislation. Implementation siguro ang problema. But legislation, meron tayong government programs. And I think all other industries the same. Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, may I intervene, ma'am, with respect? In
Attorney-
support, in Siong, ma'am, in support,
Attorney Elias Jose Insyong, had
Yes,
been
ma'am.
recognized of the
Raul, with your
American
permission.
Producers Association.
Uh,
Then we go back to Mr. Monteverde.
By way of reply to my friend Alan, and also we need to achieve, ma'am, some common reality, some common understanding. Ma'am, kasi sa pananaw namin, hindi kahit kailan naman lalo na nung simula na sumali tayo sa WTO, hindi naman nagkaroon ng protection. Tariffs, whether the WTO rates or the post-WTO, meaning the FTAs, never provided protection. Revenue generation na lang yan as far as the customs. Kasi ang magpo-provide ng tunay na protection, competitiveness. Ang problema kanya tayo hindi naging competitive. Kaya hindi tayo naging competitive. Kaya tayo in the last, kaya po panay ang importation, kaya hindi makapagbigay ang agrikultura ng tamang supply, tamang production. Kasi in dereliction of duty yung NEDA, DA, dun sa pag-i-implement ng overall design ng WTO, yung mga features ng WTO para sa importer, pinatupad yung tarification. And in fact, radical tarification. Kasi sabi ni former Undersecretary Fred Serrano sa amin noon, when he was still with DA, Policy and Planning, we are famous in the WTO on how not to negotiate a trade agreement. Mababa talaga. At maliwanag naman kasi noon ang NEDA Director General si Secretary Habito, ang consultant ng DA si Ramon Clarete. These people are famous for being neoliberal economists. They will not deny that. Kaya wala intent to protect from the very beginning. Pagkatapos yung design po kasi ng WTO, tarification, domestic support which would include subsidies, trade remedies, may mga batas dyan, and sanitary phytosanitary meaning quarantine. Ang pinatupad lang, ang binigyan ng diin ng DTI, binigyan ng diin ng NEDA, ng DA, ay yung tarification or free trade. Pero yung domestic support, yung AFMA, hindi naman pinatupad. Halimbawa po, yung Section 13. There should be, Section 13 of AFMA, there should be an agriculture fisheries modernization plan na nakabatay po sa konsultasyon sa sektor. Wala yun Meron kayo makikita dyan, pag hiningi nyo sa kanila, merong on file. Pero wala consultations yun. At hindi doon sa yung so-called consultations, hindi kasali yung, kasi dapat doon sa consultations, team effort, andun din ng NEDA, andun ng DTI, Philippine Statistics Authority, para kompleto Pagkatapos hindi rin pinatupad yung sections 38 to 45 ng AFMA, having a national information network para magkaroon ng data and information system so that you can update your plans so that businessmen can make rational decisions based on information. Wala nun, wala. Kanya tuwing naghihiring dito sa atin at saka sa House tungkol sa pagtaripa and etc. 30% of the time nagdedebate kung ano yung tamang data. Wala Tapos nga, this is very basic. Ito, laging hinihingi in fairness to the previous directors of the Bureau of Animal Industry. Hinihingi yung quarantine, sanitary phytosanitary, inspection facility, and data system. That is the way to intervene against unfair trade and smuggling. In short, even the President recognizes, pinabayaan yung sektor. Kasi ang binigyan ng diin ng mga economic managers, didiretsuhin ko na ho, ay import liberalization, free trade. Okay lang naman ho mag-import kung talagang kulang eh. Kinikilala naman ho namin. And in fact, hindi naman namin ho napipigilan eh. Tuwing nakikiusap yung mga importer na babaan yung taripa, yung tariff commission at saka yung Committee on Tariff-Related Matters, approve kagad eh. Hindi pa ho kami nananalo sa tariff commission. Mama, with due respect, pero alam niyo yun, tiga-tariff ho siya eh. In short po, mali ho yung premise na kailanman hindi ho nagkaroon ng protection because the best protection is competitiveness. There is no path presently. There is no path for development for the sector. However, the path is very wide for import development. Yun ho ang reality natin. Hindi ho pinatupad yung mga batas eh. Hindi pinatupad yung design. Data lang ho eh. Tsaka inspection area sa customs, wala.
Attorney, which sector are you representing, attorney? Aside from, are you with the...
Broilers, sir. I am with the United Broiler Raisers Association, sir.
Marami rin kami niyan sa Northern Mindanao.
Some of them are our members, sir.
My best friends are actually broiler producers.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ernie, para Sir Ernie, no, better that we move quickly, we move to the next point para we can answer this.
Madam Chair, I just want to say that I came here.
Sandali
with
po
Yeah.
First, we
By the way.
thank Attorney Insyong. Lahat po ng inyong saulubin, kami po'y nakikiisa. Yung sinasabi po nyo ngayon, ganyan ako magsalita kahapon sa DA at DTI sa briefing po natin. Pero, isumiti pa rin nyo sa committee. Kasi po, yung inyong binabanggit sa kabauan po ng ating food security situation at agrikultura. Kung ano po ang connection niyan sa RCEP na provision sa 33 tariff line, gusto kong maintindihan. Kasi po, itong RCEP ay targeted po sa mga agricultural products, trades in goods and services, sa mga taripa po na ang ibang ASEAN nations ay makikinabang o nakikinabang. Pero ang lahat ng inyong binanggit ay may basihan. At yun po rin ang nasasaloobin ko na siguro ay pwedeng i-hearing pa rin sa ibang komite, Committee on the Whole. Kasi 4 ng dekada ang trade deficit natin sa trade in goods. Tama. It was creeping in the 60s and 70s. So, what are we doing wrong? And what good can we do? And we will get the inputs from you. If for decades, the trade deficit is still there and widening, why? How? Right? Pero, ang ating pong focus po ngayon, sir, RCEP. Kaya, ito pong olive oil, ito pong olive, ito pong immediately zero, gusto ko po makita yung industriyang yon. Okay. And then, Attorney Insyong, tama po. Oo.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, siguro, let's answer on the industry of Attorney Inchong. Kasama ba dito yung broiler chicken sa usaping taripa? Yan ang importante.
Meron po rito yung live swine, but wala po yung live chicken. Pero yung mga dressed broiler, wala po. Excluded po sila.
Ulitin mo po, yung concern po ng UBRA, broiler raisers, sila ba ho ay maaapektuhan sa 33 tariff lines o anumang probiso po ng RCEP?
Hindi po. Excluded
Hindi po.
po ang poultry meat.
Pag sinabi po natin excluded, hindi po kasama, ano pong ibig sabihin nun?
Wala po tayong commitment na babaan or zero or in-exclude po talaga siya sa commitment.
So in short, kung ano po ang trato ngayon sa existing trade agreements, hindi po ginagalaw ng RCEP. Walang tataasan, walang ibabagsak na zero, wala po. Okay. Opo. So hindi po apektado ang sektor nila. Okay po.
A point of order. Mine is a point of order, not regarding the discussion. It's a point of order. I would like to state that our position has agriculture, agri-fisheries, and hence agreement. It's different. So I'd like 10 minutes because you might adjourn the hearing without hearing our position. Thank you.
No.
At the end.
We will listen to all of you. This is your hearing.
Ma'am,
Okay po.
may I
Attorney
respond?
Insyong po. Opo.
Ma'am, kasi ganito, as far as we're concerned, RCEP is WTO Part 2. Ayaw namin maulitan. as far as we're concerned, minadali ho ito. Wala naman hong pag-aaral ho talaga na. Kasi halimbawa ho sa WTO, sabi may taripa, 40%. A tariff is high or low not because of the digit. A tariff is high or low depending on the product it is being imposed upon. Mali ho kasi yung laging sinasabi ho ng mga neoliberal economists na nagkalat ho sa gobyerno na mataas kasi 40%, mataas kasi 35%. Pero depende ho yan eh. Ang nangyari po kasi sa broiler, hindi ho napag-aralan nung panahon na yon na yung palang part sa US, yung like quarters, at that time, basura. Nilanding ho dito. Kasi mahilig ho tayo sa dark meat. Yung mga Amerikano pala, pati dun sa parte pala ng chicken, medyo racist din sila. Ang gusto nila ay putirin yung kakainin nila na manok, na parte ng manok. Doon ho kami nadali kasi napakamura at that time ho 0.25. Ang worry ho namin ngayon under RCEP, kung hindi ho gagawin yung number 3, kung walang commitment ho yung gobyerno. At ang inaalala namin pag niratify ho ito, without any clear plan or commitment on the part of the government, may potential disgrasya kami. Halimbawa ho, Thailand. Thailand is an exporter. Ngayon hindi ho tayo pinagtsatsagaan ng Thailand kasi market nila ho Europe. Kasi they're able to produce happy chicken. They're able to produce chicken na mas maluwag ho yung space na binibigay sa manok. Hindi ho natin kaya. In fact, sila lang ang nakakakaya nun. Kanya lang, paano kung maghigpit sa Europe?
Attorney, let's answer point by point. But they can already import if they want to now, under existing rules.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Yes, sir. Pero sir, my point is, kailan ho yung number 3? Yun yung binibigyan ko ho ng konhin. Yun yung wala.
Ay di, pagalitan natin yung DA. Diba? DA tayo mag-ano.
Kasi sir,
Pagalitan. Because if we
Tama
don't...
kayo. This number 3 is
Yeah.
important.
Important. But the thing is, naman, alam naman natin with the agri-industry, it's a multitude of problems facing the livestock. I've had many nights drinking my rum coke with my friends in Cagayan de Oro on how to improve the poultry industry. And it's a multitude, expensive feeds. Diba? Malang corn. Because nobody's producing corn anymore. In my province, we're losing corn. We're one of the biggest producers. But people don't want to produce corn. They're giving their land to Del Monte because Del Monte is giving them 25 to 50,000 pesos per month, per year, rental. Nawawala yung corn, nagiging mahal. Now, if we don't have corn, we'll have to import or else wala kayong feeds. So, gano'n ang talagang katotohanan yan. And just, attorney, allow me, kasi it's nice to debate agriculturists between agriculturists. I want to protect you guys. So sabi ko sa kanila, are you guys making money? Yung kausap ko, sabi nila, we're making money. As a matter of fact, they're expanding their farms. May problema pa nga sila because local government units are banning them from expansion. Why? Because nga may problema sa lamok, may problema sa langaw, may problema sa baho, which is really true. So nung ginawa nila, they decided to be able to circumvent that. Meron silang tunnel ventilation equipment. The tunnel ventilation equipment will lessen the problem of langaw and amoy. Ang problema, marami sa ating mga small farmers do not have the funds to do that. It's expensive. It's 5 times the cost of a birdhouse. But that is now the requirement of the local government unit. Is it our fault? No. It's the fault now of the local government unit. So ang daming problema talaga ang production ng manok. I know because I research all of that. That's my field. So, ang punto ko dyan, tigilan natin to, we become isolationist, wala tayong cereals na papasok, wala din tayong feeds. As a matter of fact, we're now importing chicken feathers, which is mixed into the feeds. Yes, and all the innards and all that, because that's additional protein in the feeds. We do not have that here, unfortunately. So, my point lang is, attorney, let's look at the overall picture. We want to help you guys. But the government programs to improve productivity, we have to harp it on the DA. You have to give them, you have to make sure Land Bank lends them money to improve their facilities into making it yung tunnel ventilation, diba? Tapos yung feeds kailangan affordable. Electricity, kuryente, mahal. O, diba? Kasi dati sa Cagayan de Oro, 8 pesos lang ang binabayaran namin doon na kuryente. Ngayon, 16 pesos na. And you know, they have lights inside their poultry and if they mechanize, that's also an additional cost on electricity. Ang daming multitude kaya nagiging mahal. Whereas in Thailand, ang kuryente is only 7 pesos per kilowatt hour. Malaki yung lupain nila doon. Hindi chop yung land doon, so they can plant corn by the tens of thousands of hectares, hundreds of thousands, so they can feed their poultry industry. Di ba? Ang dami nating problema dito. It's a multitude of laws that created multitude of problems. But the DA now, you have to concentrate on number 3. Di ba? Pero we cannot blame it all on the WTO because eventually, ladies and gentlemen, we have to feed our people. If we do not feed our people, if we totally close the borders, feeds will go up 100%, 300%. If we close our borders, everything else will go up. Fertilizer, we have no fertilizer in the Philippines. Unfortunately, it's fuel-based. So I plant also, I'm into palm oil, I'm into pineapple, so we plant also. Mahal ang fertilizer. Sabi namin, organic, we can't produce enough iti. Alam mo iti? Oh, manok, tayo ng manok. Oh yun, sorry pardon ma'am, I know you're eating. Pero we cannot produce enough. So that is the problem what we are facing. I share with you the frustration kasi I deal with this every day. Kauwi ko lang ng probinsya, I was just in my farm. So sabi ko nga, paano natin aayusin itong problemang ito? But I think fighting with the system on coming up with at least some trade with our neighbors is not the answer. We have to have a solution, but that's local. Diba? We have to look at the bigger picture. I sympathize with you, attorney. Mahal ko yung industriya na yan.
May I suggest a way forward, sir?
Please go ahead.
Sir, but before, sir, I agree with Secretary Pascual. We should ratify at some point. Pero there should be justice and recognition of the insight of the President na neglected. Therefore, before you ratify, patupad nyo naman yung design, patupad nyo naman yung batas. Before we ratify, let us have a clear path na hindi uli matatalo. Kasi ma'am, pasensya na ho na hindi mababa ho ang tiwala namin dun sa NEDA. Papangalanan ko na ho, NEDA, DA, and to a certain extent DTI. Kasi yun ang karanasan ho namin, pinabayaan ho kami. At even the President recognizes that if they want ratification, as far as I'm concerned, without consulting the others, have a clear path for development. There is no path for development. There is a path for importation development. Kanya yung iba ho sa amin ang sinasabi, yung NEDA dapat baguhin na pangalan, National Importation Development Authority. Yun ho ang problema eh. Wala hong path for development at saka kanya ho nakaka-prostrate. There are false notions. Sinasabi protected kami. Never. I will dispute that. Kasi ang pinatutupad lang naman nila import liberalization tapos may gawi ho kasi ma'am, may gawi ho ang gobyerno. Pag yung magsasaka, umaani, siyempre pag umani naman, sabay-sabay, bababa ang presyo. Ang DA, lalo na ang DA, nakaanga. Hindi ho magi-intervene. Very passive. Pero dahil umatras na ho yung sektor, nabawasan na yung production, nabawasan na yung supply, bigla hong magiging aktibo yung DA at saka NEDA. Supposedly to benefit the consumer. Pero hindi naman ho nagbe-benefit yung consumer eh. Kahit huwag do sa RTL eh. Pero ang problema ho, ang intervention nila, hindi tulungan yung sektor, hindi tulungan directly yung vulnerable consumers, hindi katulad sa Amerika na may food stamps. Ang intervention nila, tutulungan yung importer maka-import without verifying later kung nakatulong nga, kung bumababa yung presyo. Halimbawa ho, may false representation ho, bumaba raw ang presyo ng bigas because of RTL. Hindi ho eh. Pag tinignan ho nyo yung data ng 2017, kasi ang ginagamit ho ng NEDA 2018, nung merong El Nino, at saka merong, yung hindi ho, nung nagbabag ho yung head ng NFA, at saka ho yung, sino ba ho yung si Pernia ho yata, hindi ho nag-import. Yung ginagawa ho ng importation for the last 50 years, hindi ginawa, kanya tumaas ang presyo. In short po, the path is very clear. You give a passport. Hindi naman ho namin sinasabi garantiyahan ho yung buhay namin eh. You give us a chance. The problem is NEDA, the economic managers, binabaliktad pa kami, binigyan kami ng protection. Imposible. Ang suporta nasa importer eh. And I do not take this. May mga kaibigan ho akong importer. Kami ho in preparation for further, kasi tingin ho namin, ang path ngayon ng NEDA, pababain pa ho yung mga taripa. Kami ho nag-register na sa BAI at saka sa NMIS. Tingnan ho nyo doon, ando doon, Obra Co-op. Naghahanda na kami sa disgrasya. Ganun kaseryoso ang threat. Talagang threaten ho kami by the behavior of NEDA, by the behavior of DA, na puros importation. Hindi ho kami kinakausap. Tingnan nyo, ma'am. Tingnan nyo, Mr. Senate President. Nilagay kayo sa alanganin. November 2021, hindi kayo nag-ratify. You did not give your concurrence. Na ako, personal expectation ko, yung gobyerno, aayusin na. It will do the right thing. Given the challenges all over the world of climate change, disrupted supply chains, political upheavals, gera, hindi wala naman kumakausap sa amin. Yung Undersecretary Noel Padre, minsan lang humarap sa amin. Your Undersecretary, Mr. Padre, came from NEDA. Her mindset is still NEDA. I'm not being personal, ma'am and sir. I consider her a lady and I consider her dedicated and sincere in her views, which differs from mine. Kanya lang, hindi ho minsan pala kami nagpangita eh. Ako ho ang pinakamagalang sa kanya doon sa meeting na yun. I am sorry, sir, if I am...
You have to wrap up your statement. Kasi
I am sorry, sir, if I elevated to. Kasi nakatatlong kape na ho ako eh.
Attorney, okay lang yan. Because you know what, Attorney? We all love our industry. We love our farmers. Ako umuwi ako sa probinsya, so we love what we do. And we see your passion for it. So, let's continue on myth number 2.
Sige po. And siguro, just to say na iwasan natin gumamit ng mga terminology na deceptive, no? When you say it's not included under RCEP, hindi naman totoo yun. All products are included in RCEP. Ang totoo is, for these sensitive products, hindi bababaan ng tariff. Pero mag-aangkat pa rin tayo at those tariff rates. They are not excluded. No, it's a very deceptive term, no, and maybe just
we attorney, no, for and I guess I just want to point this out. But we are in agreement that we have to feed our people, correct?
Yes.
All of us.
No problem.
Not tayo magsasaka dito.
Yes.
We're all in agreement that we have to feed our people. We have to feed them with prices that are affordable to the people. We're in agreement to that.
Yes.
Okay. Is 500 pesos for onions affordable to the people? I just give an example. No.
Yes.
And therefore, we have to import.
Yes. Wala
Okay,
kami problema po doon.
So we're establishing the facts.
Yes.
What other? Garlic. Is 500 pesos per kilo of garlic affordable to the people? No. Right? And our neighbors can produce it for 80 to 100 pesos. We have to feed our people. Yes? Let's address the problem why it is so high. Agree tayo dyan.
Yes.
No to smuggling, huliin yung smugglers and hoarders. Because I do not understand why pag alis dun sa Ilocos Norte, 100 pesos yung bili nila dito. Pagdating sa farmers market sa QC, 500 pesos na. So dapat huliin yung nag-price manipulation dun. Under the law, we can do that. Diba? So basta importante dito, we have to all agree that we have to produce some products, our products affordable to the people. Or else kawawa ang taong bayan. Yun lang yun po. Yan lang sinasabi namin. And kung hindi natin magawa yan, and pinabayaan natin itong price manipulation, anong magagawa ng gobyerno na hindi sisigaw ang taong bayan? Yan ang punong dulo nito. Anong gagawin natin ng gobyerno para hindi iiyak at magkaroon ng revolusyon ang taong bayan sa pagmahal ng presyo ng bilihin, particularly pagkain. That's it. That's the moral of the story. So, we have to support the farmers, but in the meantime, we had no choice but really to be able to feed our people. So, sige, tuloy na natin, attorney, para we can go to myth
sir.
number 2.
Anim yung myth ko eh. So I'll do it much
Really?
faster.
Okay. So, Yusek Wimpy Fontabella.
Just one sentence, no?
The Department of Energy signed with the Department of Agriculture last 2 years ago a renewable energy program for agri-fishery sector. I have sent the details to the Senate President through Viber just a while ago, just to highlight what we can do as far as the Department of Energy with the sector is concerned. But other than that, we'd also like to have ourselves excused if it will be okay, because I don't think we have a lot of issues as regards energy in this matter.
Yes, because we don't import energy naman from other countries, no?
We do.
Coal. Ay, coal. Oh, but coal.
We do.
Coal is stratosphere already, very expensive. Up the stratosphere. Okay, is it all right if we excuse energy or may tanong pa kayo sa energy? O, attorney, mag-ano muna sila sa energy sa sektor ninyo. O, sige, please, go ahead.
Napakahalaga po ng issue ng energy. Kasi under RCEP, talagang labanan nito ng mga capable. Right now, nilampasan tayo, and narito po ang mga taga-DTI, nilampasan tayo ng Vietnam, pati sa electronics, na stuck tayo doon sa low-level assembly. But one reason there is, ang power cost sa Vietnam is 40% lower sa Pilipinas. Magagawan ba nyo ng paraan na magpantay tayo para maging competitive tayo? I think you have to review the EPIRA law, etc. Because we have the most expensive power. We cannot do business. This is the cost of doing business. Power.
Yeah.
Wims, can you answer, please, Undersecretary, what has gone wrong in the past few years? I know we're heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and the doubling the price of or tripling the price of coal has not helped us. But please explain to our colleagues here.
As far as prices are concerned, we are vulnerable because of our importations. So the push for renewable energy and other indigenous sources should be the priority. And it is. We have pushed for the green energy auction, which is a form of competitive selection process. And the competitive selection process has been placed as a policy, not only for the distribution utilities to follow, but also for the system operator.
Pero Yusek, yung problema sa competitive selection process, sometimes the requirement is not RE. So obviously, another power producer will, particularly the big power producers, will compete with the RE developers.
Yeah.
Diba? Kasi competitive selection process, you're getting the lowest price. At that time, it was coal. Ngayon, kasi mahal ang coal, sinasabi nila mag-RE na tayo. But the policy then of your secretary, Secretary Cusi, with the competitive selection process, when coal was at 4 to 5 pesos per kilowatt hour, walang umusog na RE. Kaya wala tayong bagong solar, wala tayong bagong, only in this administration, pero wala tayong mga bagong RE. Why? Because if it wasn't feed-in tariff, there was no way an RE developer could compete with big coal facilities. That's why, you know what? Sagot sa langit yung mga RE developers itong pag-akyat ng presyo ng coal. Kasi now, mas mura ang solar, mas mura ang hydro, mas mura ang biomass. But that should have been the policy 5 years ago when you did the competitive selection process with priority on RE dapat.
It is, because we mentioned there that the CSP will have to be open to the fact that pass-on charges should be parang made known. So that's a way to discourage the fossil fuels.
In
It's
terms
there.
of reference,
Yeah.
the local distributors, I'm also familiar with the power industry. The local producers, okay, the local distributors, which are the cooperatives, may mga terms of reference yan, which is guided by the DOE. So yung mga terms of reference nila, lowest cost lang, pero walang sinasabi doon na RE. So ang pumapasok, yung mga big, sa 10 mga malalaking korporasyon ng mga coal. Kaya sana naumpisa niya na yon. I hope the DOE now, under Secretary Popo Lotilla, will say that there is a competitive selection process, pero bias na to RE, which is cleaner, better for the environment, mas mura. Because solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal are half the cost now of coal.
Yeah.
Para mas mura na dun sa microgrid. Tuloy niya na yung microgrid para these farmers and agro-industrial players can put up na their own solar facilities na wala nang stress. Ease of doing business.
Yeah.
Di ba, Yusek?
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
the green energy auction is a form of a competitive selection for feed-in tariff. So it's like feed-in tariff that's being auctioned. So it will be conducted every year. That's only for RE. But the key for RE is we peg the renewable portfolio standards or a quota for every consumer. It's already there. It's from 1 to 2.52% per mandated participant that you keep on adding to it so that we reach the quota of 50% RE by 2040. Now, with the new developments as far as coal prices and other fossil fuels are concerned, we are already reviewing to increase it further because it's more competitive now.
Sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Maybe we can get one more reply from the one who asked the question.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
recognize Sir Leonie after, and then let's move to the slides.
Eh, napakahalaga po itong power in relation to number 3. Yun na po, yung IPIRA natin, 21 years na po. And nung ipinasa po yan, ang pangako ay magdi-deliver ng murang kuryente, affordable, efficient, kwan. At nakausap ko pa nga yung taga-ADB na specialist na pinagmamalaki niya na sabi niya, siya ang nag-design ng program ng IPIRA. Sabi ko, palpak ho kayo eh. Then na-shock siya, si Dr. Xiang. And you see, most of the power programs dito sa Asia, including China, Singapore, Malaysia, these are all government-led. And doon po sa Singapore, yung government-linked corporation, may panahon na nagro-roll back pa ng presyo para maging affordable sa mga tao. Sa atin, hindi ho. Yung po mga issue ng CSP, mga technicality po yan, mahalaga yan. But ang suggestion ko po, ang Senado, sa pangunan ng ating butihing presidente, magkaroon ng hindi lang review, overhaul the IPIRA because masyadong disgrasya ang inabot ng Pilipinas under this IPIRA. Thank you.
As we're doing that, we're doing amendments to the IPIRA. That was the instruction of the President to us. So we're still waiting pala for the amendments. Sabi mo naman kay Sec Popo, she's in charge. So very clear that energy is very expensive, making us very uncompetitive. Agree dyan.
Chairman,
Sige,
just
Secretary Leonie, former Secretary.
Just to add quickly to what Dr. Rene Ofreneo said earlier, critical po yung papel ng DOE tsaka energy costs sa RCEP, di ba? Because investors do not come in na isang malaking rason itong high energy cost natin eh. And this applies not only to agri but also industry. Again, the second point, Mr. Chairman, is I think you were the major author of the biofuels law. Ang tagal na pong hinihintay na ating coconut industry, farmers, yung blend po, dapat it should now be, I think, 5% coconut methyl ester blend with petroleum diesel. Hanggang ngayon wala pa. And this could help a lot in terms of number 3, especially in the coconut sector.
I forgot
you.
to mention, I'm the author of both the biofuels law and the RE law for biomass. Boss, Wimpy, hindi pa ito naayos. Yung biofuels law na we stopped. As a matter of fact, because of that, no priority of government, there have been no ethanol plants being built, new ethanol plants. Pag yung kinausap namin, yung Brazilian father of Brazilian ethanol, and you can, I think we should go. I think we should send the whole DOE for a trip to Brazil so you can see. Yung mga sasakyan nila dyan, in whole Brazil, 27% ethanol blend. 27%. Tayo E10, di ba? Sila E27. In the areas where they have strong sugar presence, it's E85. 85%. Okay. I know number one na humaharang dyan ay ang petroleum corporations. Because they lose money eh. If you get 27% from the farmers na ethanol, ang mangyayari, mawawalan sila ng 27% profit. Ayaw nila nun. But it helps the farmers. That's why we passed the biofuels law for cleaner emissions and for helping the farmers. Then biodiesel in Malaysia is B5. May mga B10 na sila. That's why sobrang ganda ng presyo ng palm oil dun, ginagamit na nila for biodiesel production. Sabi ko nga kay Presidente, boss, you want to lessen you want to help the coconut farmers? Gawin natin B5. I mentioned it to the President, by the way. Let's make B5 blending. Pero cocoa methyl ester, wag tayo kumuha sa ibang bansa. Wag tayo mag-import. Mag-import na naman tayo niyan. Let's buy all the copra and all the coconuts from our farmers. B5 blend. Right now, it's B2. B2. Even if you make it B3%, malaking bagay na yan, even 4%. Malaking bagay na sa coconut farmer yan. Using cocoa methyl ester. Right now, unfortunately, ginagamit ng mga gas fuel corporations is imported biodiesel. Biodiesel component, which is from Malaysia and Indonesia. Dapat gawa tayo ng, under the law, the president there is the one that has the National Biofuels Board can put out that direction. We don't need amendments to the law. Meron tayong minimum blend sa law. Yung maximum, pwede kayo na. Who's the head of the National Biofuels Board, by the way? Yusek.
Kami.
Ikaw?
No,
You're-
not me.
I know, but who's the
Yusek
appointed?
Sales.
Yusek Sales. I have to have a talk with him. So ganun, you have my guarantee, gentlemen, no? Visit me every day in the office. We'll meet with this. Kukulitin natin sila. We have the law. Biomass. Lahat ng produkto nila, Wimpy, Yusek, pardon me, kasi Wimpy, pinsan ko to so we're close. Yusek, lahat ng produkto nila, yung rice hull, yung corn cobs, yung bagaso from pwedeng power yan. And so when the rice mill now has a power plant, cogeneration facility, they can now give additional bonus to the rice farmers who deliver to that facility. May rebate kayo kasi meron tayong produce na power. At yun dapat yung mga cogen na yan, diretso na sa grid. Wala nang selection process. Parang binigyan na natin sila ng fit. Para sa ganun, buhay na buhay yung mga farmers. Di ba? Maliit lang naman ang biomass. You're only looking at maybe the whole country, less than 100 megawatts. But that will help increase the value of their product. Kasi yung tinatapon nyo dati, na walang basura lang, ay na yung magagamit by value na siya. So in Brazil and in India, they give it as rebates, additional income to the farmers. So I will support you there, gentlemen. Help me with that para may additional income po kayo sa biofuels and sa biomass. Okay? Sir, attorney, and then we'll excuse na Yusek Fontabella.
Salamat, Mr. President. Of course, agree kami kay Yusek Fontabella, no? With respect to transfer of technology. Siyempre, importante yun dun sa just transition tsaka transition to cleaner energy. Kaya lang, meron kasing provision dun sa RCEP, dun sa Chapter 10, dun sa investments, dun sa prohibition on performance requirements. So the government cannot compel investors to transfer technology. Baka kailangan lang pong reviewin. At saka medyo worrisome kasi if I'm not mistaken, karamihan ng FTAs natin, be it bilateral or multilateral, merong ganong klaseng provision yung prohibition on performance requirements.
Yes, we'll look into this. Number one, National Biofuels Board will take it up. The reason why there was a hesitation to jump to B5, it's because kahit po tumalon tayo sa B5, there was no clear policy from PCA that it will indeed benefit the farmers. So we're clarifying that in the board. Secondly, yes, biomass fit through the green energy auction will be looked into, considering that we need base load plants and we have a moratorium on coal, green coal, field coal, and that will make it more competitive po as far as biomass is concerned.
Ako, I'm a believer, Yusek, of if you build it, they will come. Remember the movie Field of Dreams? So if you mandate it, they will build their facility. It's a chicken or the egg scenario. Walang gusto maggawa ng biodiesel facilities na dahil alam nila walang tulong galing sa gobyerno. Isang statement lang po ng inyong secretary, sabihin lang ni Secretary Popo, to help our farmers, we'll prioritize cocoa methyl ester, CME, coming from our Filipino farmers, and we will only import once that is exhumed. Yan na. Unahin natin yung mga farmers. And only when it is exhumed, na wala nang maibigay na cocoa methyl ester, doon tayo mag-import ng biodiesel component. So, siguro yun na, Yusek. We have to, it's a whole government approach now. It's a whole government approach to help our farmers. The president is the secretary of the department, well, the concurrent secretary. Let's help him. Let's help him help this gentleman here. Tama? Let's maybe we can have a hearing on that, on the implementation of the biofuels program. I'll invite former Secretary Montemayor and all these gentlemen here when we have that hearing, together with the implementation of the RE law para sa biomass.
Mr. Chair, we agree. RE and indigenous resources are key. And so we will proceed as is. And we thank you very much for all your concerns. The Renewable Energy Program for Agri-Fisheries involves renewable energy for pre- and post-harvest facilities. Hindi lang po siya kuryente. So we have model projects and we have that already joint memorandum circular that we just wanted to highlight because we're looking also for a champion if indeed it will be helpful and it can be written into legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a working lunch with the permission of the chairperson. You can eat. Ayaw naman namin kayo magbutom. Attorney, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we can move to myth number 2. Okay. 6 lang, sir. Okay. Okay, yung isa pang agam-agam tungkol sa RCEP. If we do not join RCEP, we lose access to a lot of concessions and tariff privileges that will be put in place through RCEP, no? So bakit sa myth, no? Kasi yung sabi ko kanina, lahat ng mga ASEAN plus 1 FTAs will continue to operate parallel with RCEP, no? And if you look at the tariff concessions within RCEP, they are copies of what is already in place in the FTAs. No? Very, very minimal changes. No? In fact, in agriculture, it's practically nothing. No? And so what will happen if we do not join RCEP is we will avail of the FTAs in order to avail of those concessions. No? Hindi naman tayo mawawalan ng market. No? And it's very important also when we look at free trade agreements, even if we get a certain concession, let's say for canned pineapple, that concession is not exclusive to the Philippines. No? It can be availed of by all other countries within the trade agreement. No? So babalik tayo dun sa issue ng competitiveness. No? Yes, binabaan ng China yung tariff on canned pineapple, but that is not exclusive to the Philippines. If Thailand can sell them cheaper, better canned pineapple, they will be the one to take advantage of that trade concession. Of course, there is the issue about the rules of origin, but again, whatever is the rule in the RCEP is not that far from what is already existing in the FTAs. No? And then there is a statement from one of the presentations that parang may implication that if we do not join RCEP, we will not be able to buy fertilizer and other raw materials from RCEP countries. No? RCEP has nothing to do about raw materials in being imported into the Philippines. We will continue to be able to buy them even outside the RCEP agreement. No? So yun po, yung pangalawang myth niya. Yeah.
May we hear from the lead negotiator?
Thank you, Your Honor. Tama po yung sinasabi ni Mr. Montemayor na meron na tayong mga existing FTAs at yung mga importers natin, traders, pwede pa rin nilang gamitin yung FTAs na yon. So kahit na walang RCEP, may import yon. Pero hindi po kasi ganun, Your Honor, kasimple yon. Kasi malaki po yung mga advantages dito sa RCEP compared doon sa existing one. So number 1 po, kapag hindi po tayo sumali sa RCEP, sayang yung mga enhanced market access natin na nakuha na wala sa existing FTA. Lalo na sa market ng China, Korea, at Japan. Halimbawa po, in the case of China, nakakuha ho tayo doon ng market access sa pepper, canned pineapples, pineapple juice, and coconut juice. So, ngayon po, kapag nag-export tayo doon sa China ng preserved pineapple halimbawa, may taripa po yon na 5%. Pero sa RCEP, magiging zero yon. So therefore, lamang si RCEP in that case. Ngayon, tatanungin po natin ano yung competitiveness. Baka lalo tayong malugi. Bakit? Kasi tama si Mr. Montemayor, yung concession na binigay ng China, magagamit din naman ng ASEAN member states na iba. Pero pag tiningnan po yung records ngayon ng export ng preserved pineapple, topping the list among ASEAN member state ay yung Thailand. Sila po nangunguna. Ang pangalawa po ay Pilipinas. At tailing Philippines is Indonesia. So kung hindi tayo sumali sa RCEP, si Thailand, si Indonesia, lamang. Kasi mas mura yung kanilang preserved pineapple kasi yung kanilang importer doon hindi magbabayad ng 5%. Ganon din yung mangyayari sa Korea kasi marami rin tayong mga produkto na nakuha na key products of interest natin. So I will mention some, yung mga live glass eels, mga fish, chilled clams for seed, cheddar cheese, tilapia, live fresh, so papaya, durian, mangustin, seasoned squid, among others. So hindi ko na po isahin. So itong mga produkto na ito, magsisiro ito pag in-export natin sa Korea, and yung iba naman, magsisiro in 10 years, depende sa commitment. So you could just imagine, ito products of interest for the Philippines, hindi yun mag-i-enjoy ng preferential treatment doon sa South Korea. Ganon din po sa Japan. May mga nakuha po tayo na preferential compared sa mga existing FTAs natin katulad ng wine, king crabs, lobster, coffee bean, roasted, chocolate, citrus fruit juice, mayonnaise, chocolate. So itong mga produkto na ito, pwede mong i-export na preferential doon sa Japan pero sa existing FTA ay hindi mo makukuha. Ngayon, bukod doon sa preferential na tariff rate na nakuha natin, ang isang malaki na disadvantage ng Pilipinas kapag hindi tayo sumali is hindi natin may enjoy yung tinatawag nating wider area for accumulation of raw materials. Kasi alam naman natin na yung RCEP, 15 kung sasama ng Pilipinas, 15 lahat yung parties dyan. And for purposes of determining kung originating yung raw materials, yung produkto, yung sourcing mo dapat manggaling doon sa 15 na countries. So kung ang gagamitin mo lang na FTA ay ASEAN-Japan, edi ang sourcing mo lang ASEAN plus Japan. Kung Korea naman, ASEAN and Korea. Dito sa RCEP, halos lahat. So I'll give you a particular example. I mentioned earlier po is chocolate. Kasi po ngayon, isa sa mga agricultural product na sinusuportahan ng gobyerno ay kakao. So from the perspective of cacao farmers, makikita nila na si chocolate pala okay sa Japan. So at least ako, may inganyo ako na hindi lang ako mag-export ng kakao na raw kakao. Baka pwede ako mag-partner sa isang investor para mag-process ng kakao ko into chocolate or at least mag-supply ako sa existing processor ng chocolate. And in addition to that, dahil may RCEP ako, pwede kong kunin yung dairy sa New Zealand, pwede kong kunin yung asukal sa Thailand, yung butter sa Malaysia, and then of course, kakao sa atin na yon, dito natin ipoprocess, i-export natin sa Japan. So, yung advantage na yon, wala yon sa existing FTAs. So, bukod pa doon, yung simplified rules in doing trade. Tama si Mr. Montemayor, kasi po mabuti nabanggit niyo po yung yung sa agriculture. Kasi just to Your Honor, yung inputs natin sa agriculture, 74% po ng fertilizers natin ang gagaling sa RCEP parties. Lalo na sa China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Korea, Vietnam, at Japan. 78% ng ating machinery sa agriculture galing sa RCEP parties. Agricultural tractors natin, 85% galing yan sa RCEP. And then of course, 70% yung mga insecticides. Ngayon, sabihin na natin sa existing FTAs, karamihan ng mga implements na yan ay zero na rin. Pero lamang pa rin si RCEP party. Bakit? Kasi mas simplified ang rules dito sa RCEP compared mo sa ASEAN-China, sa ASEAN-Korea, and of course sa ASEAN-Japan. So kung ako yung trader, ako yung exporter, ako yung importer, mas madali sa akin na mag-angkat nito. Ano yung net result nun? Siyempre, mas cheaper kasi simplified yung rules, therefore, na-lessen mo yung administrative cost. So, yun po yung mga halimbawa, Your Honor, kung bakit po talagang napakalaki ng advantage po natin, it will be part of the RCEP agreement. So hindi lang na may-miss yung opportunities, ang problema, nakikinabang pa yung ating mga competitors sa ibang ASEAN. Thank you.
Just a brief rejoinder to that, no. Yung example ng China, sabi nyo pagka outside RCEP we pay 5% tariff, and then if it's under RCEP it's 0. But we have to tell the senators that 0 will happen in year 10 or year 20. It's not immediate, no?
It's here.
Yes, it's there. Yeah. So deceptive again, eh. Parang we're comparing apples to oranges, no? And then pangalawa, Japan and Korea. Yes, there might be concessions there, but we have bilateral agreements with Japan and Korea where the tariffs are even lower, no? So when we export to those countries, we don't use RCEP, we don't use ASEAN plus Japan or FTA. We use Philippine-Japan bilateral FTA. Kasi pinakamababa yung tariff dun, eh, no? So we have choices, ma'am. No?
Tama po kayo, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina nung simula po ang hearing, dalawa ang ating bilateral na FTA sa bansang Japan at sa 4 na European nations under the EFTA. Dalawa lang po. Ang ating ibang mga FTA ay sa ASEAN bloc, kaya nga sa tingin natin ay baka makatulong itong RCEP. Ngayon po yung mga sinasabi natin na mga myth, tama po kayo. Yung mga problema sa pagkain, problema sa trade deficit, problema sa agrikultura, kakulangan ng suporta, paghihirap ng ating magsasaka, mangingisda, lahat sang-ayon. At kaya nga, napag-usapan namin ni Senate President, he just went up na dyan si Executive Secretary, and I will have to follow for a short lunch break later, ay bagaman hindi pwedeng baguhin ang treaty kung sakaling maratipika, I will exercise to the maximum my power, Senate President, as allowed by law to include guidelines to mandate the executive department headed by the President and the agencies of government, specifically Department of Agriculture, NEDA, NDTI, and BOC, Customs, all. Yung mga sinasabing hinihingi ni Attorney Ingson. Alam ko, uulitin ko, ang treaty, accept or reject. Napirmahan na, concur or reject. Kung magdesisyon ako na isa-shepherd ko to for country, for people, walang may gustong senador eh. Kailangan tungkulin po eh. Paano to? I'm sitting with you here. Kaya nga dito ako eh. Ramdam ko kayo at pinag-aaralan ko to. Pero, on the other hand, naintindihan ko rin kasi hindi tayo pwedeng maiwanan sa ASEAN eh. Tas tayo lang nakasara. Hindi man, this is not a total game changer ah. Overnight, this will not change the situation and it's not a magic pill. Don't get me wrong, nobody's saying this is a magic pill. Pero kung ang ibang ASEAN nations ay kasama, hindi tayo, paano na? Which brings me to my question. Mag-example po kayo ng tinanong ko kahapon. May isang produkto, gusto natin ng Laos mag-export sa ibang RCEP country, pag tayo'y hindi kasama ng RCEP, ang Laos ay nagratipika na, anong impact? May sinabi kayo kahapon na tayo magbabayad may taripa, sila binagsak na ang taripa sa 0 dahil sila'y isang RCEP country. Tama ba ho? Example tayo ng isang produkto. Bago yan, syempre sabi ko, this is a hearing of the opposition. Yes. So, and I am with you here, naramdaman ko kayo. Kaya gawin na nyo yung aming addendum guidelines kung maratipika. Pinag-iisipan ko pa eh. Or pwede rin, hayaan ko na, let it go, it's natural flow. Maybe the next administration will hear it, di ba?
Ma'am,
I don't know. Okay,
two short points.
Montemayor.
Two short points. Unang-una po, there is no time frame to ratify RCEP. If we want to do it 10 years from now, we can do so. And perhaps we will be more prepared.
I have 6 years, so I'm thinking about it.
Yes.
Opo.
Then,
Pero po,
number 2, ma'am, Pero ang immediate impact, there have been, at least I know of at least one study by Dr. Rashmi Banga. It was funded by the Boston University Policy Center using a much more accurate model called Smart Wits. At saka very disaggregated po yung kanyang data. So let's say, anong impact sa Pilipinas ng RCEP in terms of
Ganito po,
balance
you
of
can
trade?
show that. There are
Opo.
many studies, may matrix po ng study. Anong sabi po ni Mr. Banga, anong sabi nung iba,
Opo.
may matrix po. In the end, lahat sila nagsasabi. Inaral ko rin kahapon na maski hindi sila sang-ayon, it is better to ratify and to join than not to join. You know,
Pero-
I read the studies po.
Pero
But we
ma'am-
will put the matrix para po sure ang ating sinasabi. After this.
Pero ang main conclusions niya, overall, talo ASEAN in terms of balance of trade, agricultural trade deficits, at saka lost revenue.
As
And
I
in the
said,
Philippines, the same.
This is
The same.
not a magic pill. This is not the solution to decades of trade deficit and the problems in the agriculture sector. Hindi. Pero, baka lalala ang sitwasyon at ang ating mga neighboring countries ay liyamado dahil kasama sila, tayo hindi. Ako kasi kung meron, I would err on that, na sumama sila, tayo lang hindi. Ayoko maiwanan tayo na I was in the capacity to include us, but I did not. On the other hand, I'm listening to all of you. That's why I will only accept this assignment given to me as leadership in the Senate kung papayagan at check ang COMSEC and legal. Meron akong guidelines after na kailangan gawin ng DA ito, kailangan itong batas ito enact into law, kailangan at maggagawa ako ng oversight na magmi-meeting kada quarter para tignan ang trade in goods and services at saka agrikulturang sektor at babantayan. Kung papayag sila na nandyan, new policies, existing policies, programs of government, and funding and strong oversight, which I don't know if I still want to chair it or the other senators would want, para yung ginawa ko, makikita ko. Uy, kaya. At hindi ako chair ng Agri, I'm pro temp, but I will help. I will help. So I will only accept this challenge for country and for people if I am allowed that. So study that, COMSEC and legal, and I will work with you. So you put all the provisions in guidelines which may not be carried in the agreement because that's not how treaties are ratified, but at least the leaders of the executive will know and may guideline ang ahensya for the next 5 years. Okay, so pakita po nyo. So sinagot na nyo yung lahat yan. I will just have to ask for a 45-minute lunch break so that you can complete your lunch because we have a meeting with Executive Secretary tungkol nga dito. Sa taas po with SP na una siya ng 12 noon, kaya ako umakyat tungkol dito. At with the other senators, and then gusto ko kasing tapusin eh. Oo. So kung okay lang po, kumain po kayo. Kung kulang ang pagkain, hindi dahil may food shortage, okay? So 1 o'clock, we resume. Can you answer that now? Then you prepare the matrix of what they said. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, may I request our colleague from BITR to just flash the matrix of the studies?
Answered all these 1 to 5.
Sasagutin ko po, Your Honor.
Oh, ilang minutes para kita ko kasi yung 1 o'clock ko. Oh.
Well, number one, I have already explained the advantages of RCEP.
You were supposed to
Yes.
set an example,
Yes
of
po.
an
Yes.
ASEAN RCEP country and tayo,
Yes
ano ang disadvantage natin kung tayo'y nag-export sa Japan.
Yes po.
Yeah.
So, halimbawa po, you already cited as an example kanina yung cacao and chocolate. So, another example is the preserved pineapple. Of course, yung papaya, durian na yan. Tama si Mr. Montemayor na itong mga produkto, hindi naman to automatically zero agad upon entry into force, no? So, linear naman yung pag-reduce niyan. Pero just the same, yung mga kasamahan natin sa Asia nakikinabang sa reduction and eventual elimination ng tariff rate. So halimbawa po, kung papaya ang pag-uusapan dito sa ASEAN, ang number 1 po na exporter dito is Malaysia. So tayo, pangalawa lang ho tayo. Pero ang effect niyan, pag tayo nag-export sa Korea, yung kanilang papaya hindi magbabayad ng 24%. Pero tayo, bayad tayo ng 24%. Ang net result nyon ay, siyempre, mas mahal yung papaya na gagaling sa atin. So in terms of preference po, that's one.
Anong taon yun? Ang Malaysia hindi na magbabayad ng 24.
At 24% po, so in 10 years, magsisiro siya. So 24 divided by 10, so may reduction po siya na 2.4 every
Pag
year.
hindi tayo sumama within 10 years, 24%
Oo.
kung binabayad.
Oo, diretso po.
Okay. So, Malaysia sa papaya producing country? Yes. And the Philippines as well. Pag hindi tayo sumama, ay at a certain time, yung 24% na pinapataw na taripa sa ating Philippine papaya sa bansang Korea ay mahal sa Korea. So, hindi sila mag-import or kakain unless napakasarap ng ating papaya, mas mahal ng 24% sa papayang Malaysia. Siguro gusto pa rin nila, Philippine papaya, masarap. Oo. Pero, kung di tayo kasama, ay mas mahal ng 24% sa presyo, assuming pareho yung presyo. Yes. Okay. Whatever the price in Malaysia of their papaya and our papaya, baka naman tayo sobrang mura, sila mahal, so hindi rin 24. Basta 24%. Example lang yan. Kanina, ang ginawa niyong ehemplo, yung kakao. So, hinahambing ko lang po ang ating bansa sa ibang ASEAN countries kasi mahirap maghambing ang Pilipinas at Australia, New Zealand, ibang produkto natin, at saka Korea, Japan, at saka mayayamang bansa. Kaya hinahalin tulad ko po, let's say Laos and Myanmar na nagratipika ng RCEP Nation. Tayo hindi. Ano kayang produkto ang maaring i-export sa malalaking bansa ng Japan? Sa Japan, for example, or Korea, na maari tayong ma-disadvantage?
So siguro po, Your Honor, immediately what comes to mind would be garments. Kasi sa garments po, laking advantage nila, gawa ng yung sourcing ng raw materials nila, manggagaling sa 14 na countries. So si Laos, or si Cambodia, or si Myanmar, yung garment industry nila, pwedeng mag-source ng raw material sa China, tapos i-export po sa Japan or South Korea at a preferential arrangement. Tayo, kung gusto natin mag-export sa Japan or Korea, yung raw mats natin dapat manggaling sa ASEAN or ASEAN and Japan or ASEAN and Korea. Pero hindi mo pwedeng ma-source na kunin mo sa China tapos ipaprocess mo at i-export mo dun sa Japan or sa Korea at a preferential arrangement. Kasi mahirapan ka mag-comply doon sa rules of origin. So yun po, madidihado tayo.
Itong rules of origin ay mahalaga na sinisimplify ba ng RCEP ang rules of origin? In short, kinaklarify, sinisimplify para yung rules of origin maliwanag? Ganun ba?
Yung rules of origin po, bukod dun sa sinisimplify, yung pag-prove nun, yung sourcing mo to qualify that originating yung product mo, lumaki. Ito yung effect ng wider sourcing po. So halimbawa, if you're talking of, I give you an example, RBC halimbawa, 40. So regional value content niya dapat 40% galing sa region. So siyempre, yung 40% na isosource mo yung mga raw materials na yun, mas malaki yung free trade area, mas maganda kasi marami kang pagkukunan ng 40% mo. So mas maliit ang free trade area, yung 40% mo na sourcing, mas maliit. So yun po.
I just want to comment on what Attorney Inchon, I think, said earlier. Huwag naman kasi tayo maging fixated sa importation. I-develop muna natin ang ating mga likas na industriya, ang ating mga yaman na natural sa isang sustainable na pamamaraan at gamitin ang ating katalinuhan, kagalingan, the human capital, and our natural resources, as I said, in a sustainable way, bago tayo mag-isip ng import na naman. Everything you said po, ask them. Yun ang sinabi ko kahapon. Para akong opposition kahapon nung tinatanong ko kayo. Di ba? Sabi ko, kayo kasi puro import eh. Madali kasi mag-import. Mas simple, hindi. Kaya, dapat talagang may firm commitment. At you should tell us how to make our industries competitive, including especially the agriculture sector. Because, and I said the same thing, oh my God, even more. Ang lupit ko kahapon, mas malupit po ako sa inyo. Kasi walang dahilan kung bakit tayo kailangan magutom nga sa yaman natin, sa likas yaman at ang mga yamang dagat. Kaya lang, ang mindset, hindi ko linalahat po, ng iba sa gobyerno, import na lang. Ano kayang mahiwaga sa import na lang at napakahilig nating ninyo sa importation? Hindi po ako nag-single out na kayo. Ibig sabihin, generally speaking, that's our view. Ang hilig-hilig mag-import. Tapos, ang hirap-hirap ng mga proseso sa customs. Tapos yung pinakita nyo, yung ease of doing business, all of that. I asked you, ang gaganda ng aming batas. Meron kami yung Anti-Red Tape o Innovation Act. Gumagawang batas, hindi naman i-implement. Ano ba kayo? So, naintindihan ko po sila. Yung anxiety and frustration, nakakainis na talaga. Kaya, kung anong ihanda nyo sa amin, maiinis talaga kami kasi ang ganda-ganda na ng polisiya eh. At saka, nandyan yung need, nandyan yung solution, ginagawa ng Senado, ng Kongreso. Nagbibigay kami ng pondo. Dapat hindi nyo ini-implement. Tapos, ang bawat sigaw nyo, galaw nyo, importation. Alam mo, naintindihan ko po sila, nakakainis talaga. Kaya siguro lahat ng ihain nyo, mas kinakailangan, mas ginagawa na ng ibang neighbors, ayaw namin, ayaw, hindi na kami naniniwala. Kasi nga nakailang beses, ilang dekada na eh. Diba? Gets? Naintindihan ko kayo. Ganun na. They do not believe us anymore. So you have to convince them. So you have to draft for me, assuming I will accept, hindi ko pa tinatanggap ito, and assuming we will ratify and concur the guidelines, assuming it is allowed guidelines for the executive, not for the treaty. It's not a treaty revision. Oo. Okay, attorney, akit na po ako. Tas 1 o'clock we resume
Ay,
after
pagbalik nyo na lang,
Quick lang po, Madam Chair. Actually po, gusto ko lang mag-reply doon sa sinabi ni Bong. Tama po I mean, we really have to work together para ma-enhance pa yung programa natin. But I just want to highlight po na syempre itong RCEP hindi lang ho talaga agriculture or trade in goods. Kanina napag-usapan yung kailangan yung power na may reduce yung cost. At napag-usapan na yung RCEP basically provides an enabling environment. Sa investment aspect po, malaking bagay po yon. Kasi Philippines would need a lot of investors. Lalo na po sa environment, kung pag-uusapan ay renewable energies. In ASEAN, for example, there are certain targets na halimbawa, 23% renewable by 2025. Tapos sa Philippines, meron tayong National Renewable Energy Program na 50% by 2040. I mean, to achieve this, I mean, we need investors and we really need to promote the country as an investment destination po. Thank you po.
Balik po ako, mag-lunch break po tayo para kasi naka-Facebook live po tayo para hindi naman tayo ganun ko. Huwag muna mag-Facebook live, kumakain ng masagana lahat, yata. At babalik po akong alauna. Don't worry, Mr. Ordonez, Dr. Ordonez, papakinggan ka namin po.
We support your guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The hearing is suspended. We resume at 1 o'clock. Call me upstairs. Thank you. apologize. It was longer than 1 o'clock kasi nandun pa po yung ka-meeting namin, si ES, and the Senate President will join us in a while. Sige, we were on myth number 2. And ASEC Jepti already explained your part. And then we will hear Dr. Ordonez. Isa't Sendong So? Sendong, kamusta na?
Senator Loren.
Oh, alika,
Yeah.
pwede si Sendong muna?
Yeah,
Kaibigan ko
baka
to,
pwede, ano na
talik.
ako? Yeah.
Oh, ikaw ang magaling sa agrikultura, abono. Oh,
Yeah.
are you the congressman now, Sendong?
Yeah, si Eskimo ang chair
yes,
pa
nga
rin ako
pala.
ng SINAG and
Yeah.
pa rin ako na abono.
Campaigner ko yan. Kaya number 1 ako palagi sa
Yeah.
Pangasinan.
Yeah.
Oh, ira-ratify ba natin to? Hindi. Anong tingin mo?
Dapat pag-usapan mabuti, no, Senator Loren, kasi
Yun.
Isa-
We'll hear from you. Okay.
yung garment na sinasabi niya kanina, no, yung garment industry dito sa ating bansa is patay na, no. Kasi I pumasok din ako sa garment industry. I invested around 500 million sa Bulacan dati, around 15 years ago. Nag-close down kami kasi hindi tayo makakompete internationally. So, yung binabanggit kanina ng, I think, DTI, yung garment industry na gagawa ulit tayo dito, hindi tayo makakompete talaga. No? So, hindi ko alam kung bakit niya pa nabanggit yun. Tapos, ang isa is, ito ba yung investor na ipapasok natin sa ating bansa, bibigyan na naman ng tax incentive, no? Para mainganyo na pumasok dito sa ating bansa kasi alam natin yung electricity natin mataas, di ba? So baka mamaya yung incentive bakit hindi na lang ibigay dito sa ating local producers yung incentive na ibibigay dun sa mga importer, no? Yun ang mga narinig ko kanina. Yung sa mga batas, Senator Loren, di ba, yung sa anti-smuggling, yung anti-smuggling na batas, 2016, linaban natin yun. Up to now, wala pang isang nakulong na economic sabotage. So, kung nandiyan yung mga batas na ginawa ng Senado, ng Kongreso, pero yung legislative, ayaw namang gawin yung trabaho nila. So, paano natin kumpiyansa na gagawa tayo ng batas pero hindi naman magawa ng executive department yung gusto ng ginawa ng batas ng Senado at Kongreso, di ba? So, hindi talaga maasahan Yun ang isang malaking problema. Kanina narinig ko yung garlic, no? Mataas yung local garlic natin kasi wala pa tayong harvest ngayon, no? Isa yan. Alam natin ang harvest natin ng garlic is nasa March, April. So, hindi naman natin sinasabi na walang importation kasi majority import na nga, patay na yung industry natin ng garlic Around 94% ang import natin ng garlic ngayon. Yung native na garlic natin is come from Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, na in which ang harvest is March, April. So, yung tumaas yung local garlic, wala tayong wala tayong stocks talaga. So, yung sinasabi ni Senator Aimee na 80 pesos sa Ilocos, totoo yan. Bumababa pa yan ng 50 pesos pag anihan. No? So, yung presyo ng garlic ngayon is artificial talaga. Ang ano ko lang is every time na pumasok tayo sa mga treaty, dapat ayusin sana mabuti at usapin yung industry kung talaga ba makakatulong sa industry. Kasi kung nakikita natin si Presidente naman pupunta sa other countries, no? Nagkakaroon ng bilateral agreement. Baka yung direction na yun mas maganda pa kasi yung bargaining per countries na in which nakikita natin mas effective and mas makakatulong sa atin. Yun ang nakikita natin. Yun lang, Senator Loren, yun lang naman. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Sendong So ng Abono Party List, and more than just Abono, but he's really an entrepreneur who knows the problems not just of the farmers, but ngayon ko lang nalaman na pati pala sa garments. Pero tama yung sinasabi ni Mr. So, dahil ang garments, isa pa yan sa mga industriya na namatay na, na nawala na. Sayang, tinan nyo, itong suot ko, banana or abaca with pinya. Kasi sa aking unang termino ko ay inauthor ko yung tropical fabric law dahil talaga ang puso ko para sa magsasaka dahil gusto ko sana yung mga abaca farmer, pinya, pineapple farmer, banana, yung mga ginagamit sa Philippine fabrics tropical ay mabigyan ng karagdagang trabaho at ang kanilang mga produkto na hinahabi o kaya mga ginagawa ng ating mga weavers ay isuot. Kaya meron tayong tropical fabric law. Ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno na siyang nagpapatupad niyan ay dapat PhilFIDA, PTRI, at tayo sa gobyerno isuot natin. Pero I've been here for 4 terms, so 20 years na yung batas na yan, naghihingalo pa rin industriya, pero ang ganda-ganda sana kung sinusunod. Isang aspeto lang yan ng ating garments industry. Siyempre, konektado ang garments, I'm sure Sendong would agree with me, sa ating agrikultura. Kung cotton, kung hindi tayo nag-import ng cotton, sana sa Sina, bansang China o sa Vietnam, sa ibang lugar, sa halip ay magtanim tayo ng cotton para maraming mga trabaho, hindi lang yung farmers, pero yung harvest, yung mag-ginning and spinning sa mga facilities, at hindi na kailangan mag-import. So, ang daming aspeto ng garments. So, hihingin natin sa DTI ng mas magandang ehemplo. But back to the RCEP. Sa aking pagbasa, lahat ng ating inaangal dito, tama kayong lahat eh. Pero, hindi po yan ang puntos ng RCEP. Ang RCEP sa aking pagsasaliksik ay 33 na tariff lines. Yung ibang produkto sa agrikultura ay sakop na ng ibang FTA bago pa man itong RCEP. Yung hindi pa sakop ng ibang bilateral FTA or ASEAN FTA with other countries ay sinigurado nila dahil sensitibo, vulnerable na sektor, maaring maapektuhan, ay hindi sinama. Tama ba yung aking pagpaliwanag? DTI, ASEC, GEPT. Okay, siyang negotiator eh. So, kung hindi tayo sasama sa RCEP, maski na may angal tayo tungkol sa sugar, may angal tayo tungkol sa garments, may angal tayo sa lahat ng produkto. Dahil may trade deficit nga mula pa nung 70s at 80s eh. I will confess to you, this hearing or this ratification will not change what's been there for 40 years, Ernie. No. Pero kung meron window of opportunity na binigay sa Laos, sa Myanmar, at tayo lang hindi kasama, ayoko naman masabing hindi tayo kasama. Kung ang epekto nilo, it will create a dent. In short, ang gusto ko malaman sa executive na nagpe-pressure, hindi naman pressure, nagsasabi sa atin, kailangan martipika. Hindi man to game changer. Hindi man ito midnight magic pill. Ito ba'y makakasama sa mga parte ng industriyang binabanggit nila? Or kung walang masama, pero may dent na makakabigay ng konting kabuhayan, magkakaroon ng bagong mga industriya, papayabong ang industriya, at dahil ang innovation na aming pinag-isipan ngayon ni Senate President ay gagawa tayo ng guidelines, policies, programs, funding, resources, commitments, and oversight that will ensure that the agencies who negotiated for this and who are mandated to bring about a robust agricultural sector and who will try the DTI to bridge the trade deficits will do better than better, will do their best with the oversight. So, do I have an answer from the COMSEC that it's allowed to have these guidelines if we concur? Because I don't want, kung hindi pwede, ayoko. I will stand up here after this and learn from you and say goodbye. Let someone else. If I am allowed to consult with the stakeholders and for them to help craft and draft the guidelines, which may not affect ASEAN or the RCEP countries, but will have to be followed by the executive who are pushing this because you say it's good for our people, then I may consider to shepherd this para sa bayan. So, do I hear from the COMSEC? Did you check if I'm allowed to have an addendum in case we ratify it? Answer me lang, yes or no, dear. If you're not sure, then don't. If you're not certain, because I know the answer. I know the answer, yes, I'm allowed. Okay? What's your answer? O, di bale na. Basta I know the answer, I'm allowed. Okay, ang bira ka naman eh. You're saying, mali ako?
Yes.
Mali ako?
No, I mean, you're allowed.
I'm allowed. O, yun lang nga eh. O, sige na. Okay, I'm allowed. Because according to SP, in VFA, we did this. Yeah, nothing will stop the legislature from mandating. Okay, we will pass this. You negotiated for 10 years? Yes, we'll follow you. Sabi nyo magaling? Oo. Maiiwanan tayong Laos sa Myanmar, tignan natin. Which reminds me, my God, we're in a trade deficit with all ASEAN countries. Give me that deficit report and give me the roadmap how to close that deficit. Ano bang ini-export ng Laos sa atin na may deficit tayo sa Laos? In Myanmar. Ano ba? Di ba? So, gigil kayo, gigil din ako. Mas gigil pa nga. Kasi nga, so, kung ganong kahaba yung guidelines natin, walang ano dyan. Walang limit. Okay. So, why did I go to that? We will go to the myth number 3. We have 6 myths, right? See? Oo. Pasensya na po, I'm emotional and passionate because I feel the pain of the sectors affected by this. RCEP in itself is not bad at all. Tingin ko po, that's my opinion. I do not impose this. And I believe that because our ASEAN neighbors have ratified it, we may need to ratify it so we are not left behind or lost in translation, so to speak. But we did not, as a nation, prepare our industries in our agriculture sector all these decades, all this while. We failed. But if we do not ratify this, the situation will stay the same. And I believe may get worse. So unless there's something dramatically wrong with this agreement, I may consider to help shepherd it. So tell me if there's something dramatically wrong, then I will really quit and not help them at all. But kung sabihin nyong, sige, tignan natin, at may guidelines tayo na kayo po ang gagawa, hindi ako, kayong eksperto, kayong gagawa, tutulungan nila rin tayo. Ernie, you had the working group who will craft and draft this.
Yes, I'd like him to present.
Okay,
next week,
yan na.
and then
Sige na.
I need a few minutes for my presentation.
Okay, so Mr. Montemayor, and then Ernie. Yeah, thanks.
Bibilisan ko na lang kasi now that we have some signal that we should work on things to do, siguro we should spend less time talking about myths, no? And talk about reality. No? So ipakita lang yung mga kwan natin, yung mga agam-agam natin. So next slide, please. Okay. So yung pangatlong concern kasi is we will lose our export markets if we don't join RCEP, no. But the fact is most of the trade concessions under RCEP are practically the same as those existing in the FTAs, no. Walang masyadong pagbabago, no. And as I said, there is no guarantee that we will be the ones to benefit from these trade concessions because we have to compete with the other RCEP countries for those markets now. And again, we go back to the issue of competitiveness. So that is the solution for us to make RCEP beneficial to the Philippines. No? But if we are uncompetitive, then we have a problem not only with RCEP but with other FTAs. No? And then sa fourth, yun, protectionist daw masyado yung agriculture, no? And we don't want to be exposed to.
Don't you want DTI to answer your myth number 3?
Baka humaba, ma'am eh.
Hindi pa,
Tapusin ko na
I
lang.
have until 3 o'clock po.
Sige po.
Importante po maliwanagan po tayo eh. I have until 3 o'clock po. Number 3 muna. Kung nasagot na kanina,
Yes.
wag na lang po.
Yes. Actually, quick lang po, Your Honor. Basically po kanina nasagot na rin po natin ito and then may mga examples po tayo na mention. So sabi ko nga kanina is that it's not just a question na mamimiss natin yung opportunities doon sa mga tariff rates na nakuha natin sa RCEP. Pati yung mga simplified rules po na very convenient sana sa natin, mga traders, mga exporters, mawawala yon. And of course, kung hindi tayo nag-i-enjoy nun, basically yung competitors natin in ASEAN will be more competitive and they will have the upper hand and eventually that can result to losing our market share. So I think that's one thing po that we have to note. And siguro, Your Honor, just quickly, just to respond din dun sa sinabi ni Kasendong kanina, na tama naman po, alimbawa sa garments, no, nag-decline naman talaga yung industry natin because yung mga textile industry po natin is nawala. So basically, yung ating mga garments ngayon, manufacturers, talagang sinosource na lang nila kung saan-saan yung mga yarn nila, yung mga textile. And China is one big source of these raw materials. Kaya po kanina sa illustration ko, ang laking bagay yon if you're eyeing other markets like Japan, Korea, because you'll get to enjoy sourcing raw materials from China. And just to add po, siguro i-segue ko lang po, in fact ngayon po sa EU GSP, isa sa mga initiative na ginagawa ng DTI is that we are requesting for derogation kasi nag-export yung mga garments companies natin doon sa EU pero hindi nila na-avail yung preferential arrangement under the EU GSP Plus kasi nga hindi tayo nakakapag-comply sa rules of origin. So ito po yung mga nine-negotiate namin. So we're hoping na in the long run.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
I want to understand. There's a connection with the EU GSP Plus and RCEP.
I'm just
We are not compliant in the rules of origin sa EU GSP Plus. So our joining the RCEP will you said earlier the rules of origin will be simpler, clarified, beneficial to us if we ratify RCEP, right? And if we do such ratification, this will affect favorably our EU GSP Plus No, explain.
I'm just citing po yung ginagawa namin to support yung mga garments sa companies natin just to show na meron pa po tayong industry sa garments. So yun po yung inaano namin. So hindi naman so totally na-eradicate natin yung industry. Ginagawa pa naman ho natin para at least ma-revive sila. So sa RCEP, ito opportunity po ito. No question about that. So at least opportunity for our garments companies to access a big market and also I would say high value market like Japan and South Korea sourcing raw materials from China. That's RCEP po. Pero po dun sa EU GSP, magkaiba naman po yon. But what I'm just saying is just to highlight na meron pa po tayong garments industry na kahit pa paano po is pinipilit nating ma-revive. And hoping na kapag itong mga initiatives maging successful po, at least may increase po yung ating export. That's the point po.
A question. A ratification of RCEP, will it have a bearing on our renewal in the EU GSP Plus?
If we're talking of opportunities po, we can submit that Philippines will be in an advantageous position not only in the RCEP region but also for other markets. So for example, since we're talking here of a large free trade area, so that means that's an attraction for investors to locate here in the Philippines. So I'll give one example, leather products. So European company who are into producing or manufacturing leather products like bags, who would like to access the RCEP region. Baka maingganyo po sila na mag-locate sa Pilipinas, dito gawin yung leather products at i-export dito sa 14 countries na ito. That's one. Now, kung gusto nilang itap yung China market, which is a big market, pag European company ka at nag-export ka from Europe papunta sa China, pinapatungan po yun ng 10 to 20% na taripa. Pero pag dito sila nag-locate sa Philippines at tapos mag-export ka sa China, magiging zero po yung product na yon. So what I'm saying, attraction yon sa isang European company na very good maybe or may comparative advantage sa leather products, baka maingganyo natin na mag-invest dito. Yung bonus po doon is that kung ma-maintain natin yung EU GSP na yan, so siya, pwede niya gawin dito yan sa Pilipinas, export niya rin doon sa EU. And it will enjoy the same preferential arrangement. So, in other words, since ang Philippines lang ang nag-i-enjoy ng EU GSP rito sa Southeast Asia, so plus point po sa atin yon. Kasi makata-touch base niya yung RCEP region, meron pa siyang additional na EU market.
Are we the only one in ASEAN sa EU GSP Plus? Tayo lang ba?
Ngayon po, sa Southeast Asia po,
We are the only ones?
na nag-i-enjoy po ng preferential arrangement.
Yeah?
Yes po.
I didn't realize that. In Southeast Asia, the Philippines is the only one enjoying the benefits of
Ang
the
Vietnam
GSP.
po kasi may FTA na sila. So kapag may FTA ka na, mawawala na sa'yo yung GSP
Which of the ASEAN countries are enjoying the, what do you call it, the privileges of the GSP Plus and which have FTAs, that's why they're not with EU GSP?
As far as EU GSP is concerned, Philippines lang po. Pero pag FTAs po ang pinag-uusapan, si Vietnam may FTA na sa EU, si Singapore may FTA na sa EU. The rest po, nakapila pa po tayo, si Indonesia, si Thailand, Malaysia.
We have a pending FTA with the EU, right?
Actually po, nag-resume na yung negotiation,
Negotiations.
pero natigil po. So that's why, hindi pa ho, yun po yung ina-advocate natin na sana mag-resume na ho uli yung talks. Nakadalawang rounds pa lang po tayo.
Sino tayo ba? No, I know during the time we were how do you say this? Natuloy na yan before the President Duterte, right? And then natigil yan nung panahon ni President Duterte. So you're saying is bumalik tayo ulit and then napigil ulit?
Yung first round po was in 2016. 2017 nagkaroon ng second round tayo dito sa Bohol or Cebu. And then after that, because of so many issues po, ayaw na nila makipag-usap sa atin, in other words. Hindi pa po. We're still
Even after our meetings with the EU leaders, we went there kasi last October and the President went November.
Well, it's a good thing, Your Honor, you mentioned that. Dalawa po kasi yung objectives ng natin sa EU. One is the maintenance of the EU GSP+. So, I would say na very productive po yung visit po na yon sa EU kasi we were able to show to them that we are willing to work closely with them, address the issues that they have raised against us. So, in fact, we received information na tatlo po kasi yan EU Commission, EU Council, and the EU Parliament. So, may positive indication po na medyo na-receive po talaga yung ng maganda yung mga visits na yon. Yung pangalawang objective po na still, wino-work out po natin, and I think this will require talaga continuous engagement with them, yung resumption ng talk sa FTA. Si Thailand po, halimbawa, talagang nanliligaw po sila. So recently, yung kanilang Prime Minister nila, nagpunta po doon, talagang to court basically, para maumpisahan yung talks.
Very clear. So tatlo ang liligawan natin, si European Council, European Commission, and the European Parliament. Just for the benefit of everyone, the Senate President and myself had a very good closed-door meeting with the Vice President of the EU Parliament, Karas. He's Austrian. He's number 2. He is the first Vice President, si Otmar Karas. Very, very good meeting. And Senator Sani Angara also led the delegation before we arrived. So that's for hopefully our maintenance or renewal in GSP Plus, but the talks have not yet resumed. Okay, so we go to the next.
Madam Chair, just on one point.
Mr. Montemayor.
Yeah, earlier I referred to the study by Dr. Banga. Her finding is that in the case of Philippine exports, we will be losing exports annually. Sana po, tignan mabuti ng DTI ito, and perhaps
To
they
do
can
that,
respond. Yeah.
can I see that part of the study? May matrix po kayo. Sige, we pause in the myth. Can you show us the matrix of the studies? You showed it to me yesterday. And I'd like to, that's very important because the statement is very categorical. If we ratify RCEP, we will lose exports. I mean, that's so direct. It has to be negated or defended by DTI. Kasi why will we do this if we will lose our exports, right? Kung totoo yun. Let's see the basis of that study. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, sir, for bringing that up. Tama po yun, merong study si Banga, and yung findings niya is talagang negative against RCEP, lalo na pagdating sa mga ASEAN countries. But of course, hindi lang po siya ang nag-aral dito. Marami po mga studies. Ito po yung mga studies na nakuha natin. One is yung kay Banga, noong 2021. Meron tayong kay Nisita from UNCTAD noong 2022. Kay Dr. Coraraton, ito yung commission ng DTI. Si Dr. Kimba, independently, naggawa rin siya ng sariling study. Si Park ng ADB 2021 and si Itakura ng ERIA or Economic Research Institute for Asia. So lahat po ng study na yan, except for Banga and Nisita, no positive. In other words, okay si RCEP. Pero si Nisita po, si UNCTAD, unahin ko na lang muna si Nisita, while negative ang kanyang findings, sinasabi niya pa rin na better to be in than out of the RCEP agreement. So therefore, for all intents and purposes, ang naiiwan na lang natin na study na sasabihin natin medyo negative against RCEP, si Banga. But let's take a look kung ano yung model, methodology na ginamit nila. Si Banga po kasi, saka si Nisita, ang kanyang ginamit in economic models ay yung tinatawag nilang partial equilibrium model. Basically, ang pinactor in niya lang po yung change in tariffs only. Ibig sabihin, ano yung mga changes sa taripa. And I think, expectedly, talagang ganun nga po yung resulta kasi nga may existing FTAs ka na at konti lang yung ginalaw natin. So for example, in the case of the Philippines, ang inoffer mo lang sa agree na improvement ay 33 tariff lines, tapos nag-restrict ka pa ng 331. So expectedly, kung yun lang ang basis mo, talagang siguro ganun nga ang magiging result, no? Negative. Yung other study, mas comprehensive po yung methodology. They use the computable general equilibrium model wherein in addition dun sa change in tariffs, pinactor in din nila yung mga changes sa policies like halimbawa non-tariff measures, sa sanitary phytosanitary measure, technical barriers to trade, yung kay Dr. Kimba, yung size of economy, yung distance of trading partners, yung mga other non-tariff barriers, and of course, the influx of foreign investment. Kaya po makikita ninyo na positive ho talaga yung kanyang resulta. So in other words, in appreciating these studies, we have to put that in proper context kung anong pinanggagalingan nila. So yun po, sir.
Chairperson, are those studies other than Banga, are they Philippine specific?
Actually po, lahat po yan, since RCEP po yan, pinactor in din lahat yung mga parties.
No, but
So,
for the Philippines.
Sa Philippines po, meron ho talagang specific for the Philippines po. Halimbawa, yung kinumisyon namin kay Dr. Coraraton, kay Dr. Kimba. So may mga findings talaga doon kung ano yung benefits ng Philippines. So halimbawa, if I talk of Dr. Kimba's study, if you can flash the graph, sinabi doon na ang number one na makikinabang sa Southeast Asia, based sa study niya si Vietnam, 2.14% daw ang increase sa real GDP. Ang second, si Philippines. Pero, pag hindi ka sumali sa RCEP, sabi ni Dr. Kimba, you will miss not only that growth in real GDP, but it will further reduce your real GDP by negative 0.26%. So, yun yung mga mawawala po sa atin.
Could I suggest, Madam Chair, I think the Senate has a SEPO. Baka po pwede niyong paaral din sa SEPO para magkaroon tayo ng kayo po ng third opinion.
Yes, that's okay. For the information, Your Honor, for the information, it's a good thing na mention po ang SEPO. Actually po, even before the ratification, we are in coordination with SEPO already. Nag-brief na po kami sa SEPO, and if I'm not mistaken, they even came out with a policy brief or policy paper on this. Meron na po ata ang SEPO. So, yun po.
Ma'am, may I comment lang ho? Ma'am, may I comment lang ho dun sa studies. Kailan ho maingat ho tayo dun sa mga studies. Kahit ho yung kay Dr. Bangan, tama rin ho si Alan. Kanya lang, alam nyo ho, itong usapin natin, matter of trust and confidence and experience and history. Ang gumawa po, ang kanilang, yung kinumisyon po nila, si Dr. Coronaton, hindi ko naman ho tinatawaran na yung kanyang kakayahan at saka yung dedikasyon niya sa bansa. Kanya lang ho, kung batay sa karanasan, siya rin ho yung gumawa ng pag-aaral para engganyohin lahat tayo na pumasok dun sa WTO, sa World Trade Organization. At batay dun sa kanyang pag-aaral tungkol dun, ay lalago ang ating exports, dadami ang trabaho, mumura ang bilihin, at kanya dahil ho doon, medyo ando doon ho yung pangamba namin. Baka maulitan ho kami. Para ho kaming dalaga na disgrasya nung araw ay madidisgrasya uli. Kanya ho, sana umihingi kami ng pag-unawa sa inyo na maging maingat ho tayo sa mga studies. Dahil theoretical naman ho lahat yan eh. Ang kailangan hong pagbatayan natin, ano ho yung karanasan? Gumanda ba? Sinabi nung araw, nagaganda, hindi gumanda. Bagkos na disgrasya, hindi lang ho yung sektor ng agrikultura, pati ho manufacturing. Inaamin naman ni Asek Alan yung nangyari sa textile at sa garments. Kanya ho, actually ho, kung titingnan nyo ang nangyari sa bansa natin, ang dumami ho hindi ho export ng goods. Ang dumami ho export ng tao, OFW. 10% ho ng population natin ay nasa labas ng bansa. OFW ang exports natin eh. Kahit sino hong sa kaliwa ho, kahit si Sunny Africa, sa kanan ho ay si Dr. Villegas, na-attend din ho ako ng lecture noon. Kasi sinasabi lagi, hanggat ang Pilipinas may OFW remittances, may BPO revenues, may tourism, ay susulong. Ang problema nga ho ay hindi naman umaasahan forever ho yung remittances. At mahirap ho kasi kung ang pamahalaan ay ipipilit at saka ho yung mga sumusulong na mga neoliberal economies na maganda ang karanasan ng bayan. Kasi ho, kung maganda ang ekonomiya natin, yung 10% ng population hindi ho kailangan umalis dito. Hindi kailangan iwanan ng pamilya. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
We proceed. Myth number 4. Okay.
Yeah. So yung 4 naman is we're being branded kasi as protectionist in our disapproval of RCEP. Ang sinasabi lang namin dito ay gusto rin namin maging competitive. No? Gusto namin lumaban sa export market. Pero nasaan yung tulong ng gobyerno na prinumesa nila sa amin? We cannot do it by ourselves. No? And no farmer wants to be poor, no? Or unproductive or uncompetitive. No? So I hope that kind of impression is not given more credibility. No? Sa 5, yan, yung investors, no? So the argument is, if we do not join RCEP, investors will not come to the Philippines. Even the investors who are here with us might leave the Philippines because they cannot tap the RCEP markets, no? Pero again, nandyan pa yung existing FTAs, no? If they want to sell to China, they can use the ASEAN plus China FTA. So I don't think that is a valid argument that they will lose access to RCEP markets, no? And I think more important than RCEP membership is the cost of doing business in the Philippines. Kanina, pag-usapan natin kuryente, no? Traffic, crime, inconsistency in the application of rules and regulations. I think these are the more crucial factors that determine whether an investor comes to the Philippines or not. No, not RCEP membership, because even if we are not within RCEP, they have access to RCEP markets. No? And our third point here, sorry, hindi ba yung farmers natin ay investors din? No? hindi ba dapat sila yung una natin enganyuhin para mag-invest dito sa Pilipinas, no? If joining RCEP will threaten their interests, but will be something that foreign investors will like, sinong unahin ng gobyerno, yung foreigner o yung sariling investor natin na farmer, no? So siguro we have to be a little bit more resolute in the way we treat investment, no? Otherwise, it will look as if the whole Philippine economy will rely on foreign investors, no? And wala na tayong ibang pupuntahan. No?
Okay, answer, BTI.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, actually po, katulad po ng nasabi kanina, yung RCEP basically provides an enabling environment. Yung purpose niya po rito is talaga to set up a stable and predictable environment. That's why yung rules dito napaka-importante. So from the perspective of investor, kung papasok ako sa Pilipinas, gusto ko sigurado ako na hindi kayo basta-basta magpapasa ng batas na midstream mararatel or majo-jeopardize yung negosyo ko. That's why yung Chapter 10 ng RCEP, which is Chapter on Investment, very comprehensive po yun. It covers promotion, liberalization, facilitation, and protection of investments. So, ang mga investors, gusto nila, pag pumunta sila dito, kahit magpalit ng administrasyon, magpalit yung mga government officials, at least as far as the basic rules, no, hindi yun basta mababago. So, halimbawa, kanina nabanggit ni Attorney Salvador yung sa mga prohibition on performance requirements. Totoo po 'yon na sa RCEP may mga commitment po diyan na parang sinasabi po na tayo mga RCEP parties kay nagko-commit na kapag yung investor pumasok sa atin, walang pilitan pagdating sa transfer of technology, walang pilitan kung saan kami magsosource ng materials, walang pilitan magkano yung presyo, walang pilitan magkano yung royalties. Because it's a free market. That's a recognition of free market. Pero, hindi rin naman po yun absolute. So, sa negosasyon po, nag-identify ka ng mga sectors para siguraduhin na may reservation ka. And we did that. We fully covered yung mga sectors na kailangan natin na still mag-adapt ng mga measures na yan. And also, ayaw rin ng mga investor na kapag papasok sila, yung tinatawag natin na kukunin mo yung negosyo sa kanila or mawawala yung negosyo sa kanila. So ito po yung expropriation. So they want fair and equitable treatment. Kaya po ito, napakalaking bagay po yan as far as the enabling environment is concerned. Now, in terms of opportunities naman, talagang as mentioned earlier, attraction siya sa mga foreign investors. Kasi nga, kung gusto mong ma-access yung big market sa RCEP, magnegosyo ka dito at magbenta sa RCEP region. Ngayon, may nabanggit ako kanina, leather products. Yung mga produkto like even automotive products from Taiwan, that's an encouragement na baka pwede nila makonsider na, pumunta kayo dito para ma-export namin yung produkto namin sa China, sa South Korea. Kasi pag galing sa Taiwan papunta sa kanila, may mga taripa. Now, napag-usapan din yung cost of power. Tama po yun. One of the result ng consultations po namin palaging dinadaing is, kaya yung manufacturing natin, industry, medyo challenging, no, yung pag-progress because of the cost of power. But we have to face reality also na kailangan din natin ng investments ng power dito sa bansa. Kasi internally, I don't think, may mga kaya talaga na 100% no, na papasok na para mag-produce ng power requirements natin. And also, I mentioned earlier na sa ASEAN, halimbawa, and even internally, may mga target po tayo sa tinatawag nating renewable energies. Ito yung ating aspiration towards net zero or green economy, 'di ba? Na yung ating renewable energy, yung ating power source dapat renewable as much as possible, no? So may mga target 'yan sa ASEAN halimbawa, 23% by 2025, 40% by 2030, sa ating NREP, 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2040. In other words, kailangan natin ng investors talaga sa renewables. That's why we have to project ourselves na talagang open tayo and the rules provides that kind of stability. Yun po. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yun lang sa point na fair and equitable treatment. Kasi yun yung favorite ng mga sa ISDS, no? Alam natin lahat sa Investor State Dispute Settlement, Your Honor. Pero to the credit of the DTI, I think na exclude muna yung ISDS eh. Kaya lang pwede kayang i-ensure na talaga hindi na babalik yung ISDS kasi malaking problema yan eh. I mean, yung ibang kasama namin dito, nakasama pa nga namin sa UNCITRAL. Sorry ma'am, Investor State Dispute Settlement. Ito po yung kalakaran na kung saan yung investors pwedeng i-demanda yung country, yung state. So malaking problema po yan.
Ito pong ISDS na sinasabi ni Attorney Tony Salvador po is Investor State Dispute Settlement. Basically, if you have this kind of agreement, you are allowing a private entity, an investor, to sue the government.
What agreement is that?
Wala po sa RCEP niyan. Hindi po namin kami pumayag yan.
What is the connection? Ibig sabihin, saan po nakasaad? Sa ating FTA, sa ating batas, yung ISDS?
Wala po kami sa FDAs po. Wala.
Oh, why is he bringing it up?
Actually, na-acknowledge.
Gusto niyang isama.
No, ayaw niya po.
Ayaw.
Niya.
Pero kung ayaw niya at wala naman, so ano po yung issue?
Gusto niya lang po assurance ay henceforth, hindi yun i-entertain or hindi tayo papayag.
Yes. Ayaw po nilang meron nun. So ang tanong ko, saan ba siyang meron? I'll say it in English. Where is it present in the RCEP? Where is it present in any bilateral FTA? No, just answer me. Is it in the RCEP?
Sa RCEP po, walang ISDS.
Okay.
Kung nabanggit man po ang ISDS sa RCEP, merong provision doon na magre-review kami. Na in other words, magne-negotiate uli kami on the possibility of entertaining that kind of arrangement.
Is it in any FTA of the Philippines? In our regional FTAs?
Sa ANSPATA, we have that kind of provision. Pero for the Philippines po, meron ho tayong footnote doon that is subject to separate written agreement. So the other ASEAN member states pumayag, pero si Philippines po may
So
footnote.
we're more conservative.
Very
So
conservative.
you agree with Attorney Salvador?
Yes po.
So while we are
We fought for that po.
habang tayo humihinga at nandito nag-uusap, wala. Hindi ka papayag? Okay, assured. Sige.
And also, maybe we can give a copy, Madam Chair, of we already have the Senate Economic Planning Office, SEPO. And it says here, the final analysis, on page 13, just for the record, it says, the final analysis. Farmers groups oppose to the ratification of RCEP because they claim that they are not yet ready to compete with cheaper agricultural imports. This concern, however, may be misplaced since tariffs of key agricultural products such as rice, sugar, corn, among others, will continue to be protected by their present applicable tariffs, even if the country joins RCEP. So it must be emphasized that the goals of economic integration and industry development could be pursued simultaneously. Joining RCEP does not prevent the Philippines from continuously improving its domestic support. Yan ang kailangan natin. Itulak natin yung DA for domestic support to resolve problems on productivity, anti-smuggling, among others. The underlying issues stunting the agricultural sector's growth must be addressed, should not depend on the country's participation in RCEP. Is the SEPO recommendation. So I will give a copy to, thank you, Madam Chair, just for the record, because they asked for it.
Yeah.
Session suspended.
I just cleared with the Senate President, and this is unprecedented. Aside from assuming first I accept it, I've not accepted it, I'm still listening to you. And then second, assuming I sponsor it and assuming it is ratified. We have 16. Sa mo ma-ratify, may guidelines. Magkikreate pa tayo ng special committee that will guide DA and DTI and the other agencies, including NEDA, etc., BOC, with the NGOs and stakeholders at least every quarter para tingnan ko yung guidelines at roadmap ay napapatupad. Ay ini-implement na. Oo. So, we have the farmer and the weekend farmer. We have those who understand trade and dating chairman of foreign relations. So, that's the best you could get. And then we have other members of important committees. In the event, it is ratified. Just para lang alam nyong nandyan kami. At hindi yung ratipatas, bahala na.
Madam Chair, I was not here. I had to go up to meet up with the Executive Secretary. But I gave you the document earlier that we may amend or come out with the instructions or guidelines for the ratification of this measure. So we even said, I even mentioned to the chairperson, we can get inputs from the gentleman here on the guidelines of instruction for the implementation of this measure, particularly on the issue on agriculture. Then sabi namin, as an additional follow-up, we'll create a special committee to oversee that special instructions for the implementation of RCEP. Para matutukan talaga natin yung support and development that this agency should be given to the farmers and to the different sectors. Possibly that is what the best we could do to help the farmers as well.
If I may suggest, Mr. President, the Senate Committee Chair of Finance must be a member of the committee and the Majority Leader. Why? So that all the guidelines and the policies, programs will be assured of funding, and so that Majority Leader, in terms of policies, it can be prioritized for legislation.
Yes.
Diba? Okay, thank you. Then the others we will see. Okay, but it's just a thought and he readily agreed. Okay, thank you.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Last na to. Well, maybe we can skip this, but we were just saying here that even industry will be affected. No? 93% po ng tariff line sa industry, more than in agriculture, magiging zero yung tariff nila under RCEP. No? So we also have to take care of that issue sa industry.
Yeah.
Which industries will be...
Well, number one po, Your Honor, is that halos lahat po ng industry association naman and business organizations are very supportive of RCEP. That's why sa manufacturing halimbawa aspect, opportunity po kasi ito nila para at least ma-revive at ma-strengthen yung kanilang comparative advantage. Ngayon, tama na si Mr. Montemayor na sa industrial goods, marami ho ritong improvement na ginawa ang Philippines as far as the existing FTAs are concerned. Ang bilang po namin is around 1,397 tariff lines po ito. We can provide po tayo the complete list. But
By improvement.
ibig sabihin, mas binabaan mo pa yung taripa or siniro mo sa existing FTA. Yes po. Ay, hindi po. Bawat country po kasi may kanya-kanyang schedule of commitments. So hindi ho ito mutual na pag siniro ko rito, zero din sila. Hindi po. Kanya-kanya po yun. Kasi may kanya-kanya rin namang sensitivities.
So what do you mean by napabuti para sa atin? When you say napabuti para sa Pilipinas, I would assume ziniro mo yung pasok ng goods natin doon. Binaba natin dito.
Binaba natin yung taripa or tinanggal natin yung taripa.
Makakabuti pag binababa dito. Pag binababa mo dito, pinapapasok mo sila na mas mababa ang taripa.
Yes po.
I would think pag sinabi nyong makakabuti, ang pasok sa Japan, wala na tayong taripa. Baliktad ang aking intindi.
Siguro depende sa industriya.
Depende.
For example, Madam Chair,
Okay.
for example, steel. We have no steel manufacturing here. We're build tayo, di ba? So we need more steel. Cement, for example, petroleum, things like that.
Understood. I was thinking of agriculture. So, depende sa produkto, kung goods o agrikultura, services perhaps, I'm not sure, but ibig nyo sabihin na pabuti depende nga sa produkto. So, anong number 4? Hindi ko maintindihan. Industrial goods are at risk because tariffs on 93% will be set to 0 under RCEP. Hindi ko nabasa yan.
So, ibig sabihin lang po nila dyan is that since tinanggal mo yung taripa, itong mga industrial goods, pwedeng pumasok dito na zero tariff. So, ang notion is that magko-compete siya sa mga industrial goods na locally produced dito sa Pilipinas.
I did not see. You
So-
only
so-
showed us the 33 agriculture
For the agri
tariff
po,
lines.
for
You
the
did
agri.
not show me the industrial tariff line.
Ay, meron po kaming list dyan, but I was not able to present that
You
yesterday.
didn't present it yesterday.
Yeah,
Give us
hindi
an
po.
example.
So,
next-
several examples.
If okay with you, Your Honor, I'll just ask some my colleagues to check yung schedule of commitments po natin. But industrial goods po can range from mga papers, mga ballpen and everything. So may mga tariff line. Ang total tariff lines po niyan is around 1,397 tariff lines. So yung sinasabi lang po nila is that since papasok sila dito, then basically competition ang
Natin. Itong 33 kasi agri. Itong industrial tariff lines ay 1,000 ang ninegotiate nyo. Kaya, ha?
just to give you an idea po, ang total tariff lines natin, if I'm not mistaken, is around 11,300 plus.
That's why we cannot
Or-
discuss it in any hearing. Yung
Yung
kompleto.
napakadami nun po.
Philippine
Yun,
Bansa.
okay. So, dito sa almost 11,000 na tariff lines, ang agricultural tariff lines doon is around 1,918. Tapos the rest, industrial goods na po siya. Industrial goods.
Bakit 33 lang ang inyong linabas sa amin?
Kasi po, dito sa agriculture, dahil sensitive po talaga natin at of course alam namin ang concern ng agri-sector natin, ang talagang na-improve lang dito as far as tariff rates are concerned versus the existing FTAs, yung 33 lang ho talaga na tariff line sa agri.
Others?
The other sa industrial goods, ang may improvement or may in-enhance ho kami is marami po yun, 1,397.
Give me any example. Sige na, just pick anything.
Okay.
Ballpen, o sige, o anything.
Basta hindi
O,
agri
sige.
products, considered po kasi as industrial
Sige
goods.
na, example nga
So,
para maintindihan
maybe
natin.
immediately what I can think of is maybe baso or maybe
sige.
ballpen
Si-
or maybe paper.
Okay, itong
I
si
may be
ballpen.
corrected po by the expert on
O,
with
sige, si
tariff lines.
ballpen.
Can anyone of the panel on the right? He's pointing
Yeah.
to the left side of his
Schneider
table.
ballpen. O yan, Schneider ballpen. Ano
Inverted
ang
talaga yan.
tariff line? Ano ang taripa ngayon sa pagpasok sa Pilipinas? Or tayo ba ay nag-export ng ballpen sa anumang bansa? So either way, at saka pag RCEP tayo, saan mapupunta yung ballpen? Ano ang taripa ng ballpen? Example.
Will the Tariff Commission be able to answer that? Si Ma'am
Any example?
Marisa?
Sir, because it's quite
1,000 po yan eh. Isa lang ang hinihingi po namin.
I'll revert back. I'll just check.
Ma'am, siguro just to add,
Siguro po,
yung processed food products
siguro
are industrial products.
yes po.
They are included in the tariff reduction.
Okay, processed food.
Yes po.
Processed food, industrial products. Oh, come on, Tariff Commission. You've been sitting there for 5 hours. Please be prepared. We're talking about 1,000. Just one po ang hinihingi po namin. Please be prepared.
Process.
Talaga yung may mas binaba, may incremental change because of a commitment, particularly to the non-ASEAN country. Kasi kung, yun nga, sa ASEAN po, like halimbawa automotive, talagang zero na yun. Anything,
Non-ASEAN but within RCEP.
opo.
Ano?
So that
Just
would
one
be
example.
China, South Korea, Japan,
Commissioner
Australia.
Paderon po. One example, ma'am. Please, we'll wait for you until you can retrieve your notes, ma'am. We just want to understand it po. Okay.
For example po, ma'am, in Yung LLDP, low density polyethylene, that's HTN 3901.10.12. In RCEP po, it's 10 to 5%. In other FTAs po, it's 15% in the ANSFATA. Yeah, that's polyethylene.
So they use for PE pipes, polyethylene pipes. We use that for irrigation and for water systems. So you're saying it's going to come in cheaper.
This is low density po. Low density polyethylene.
Ano po ang
For the
pagpasok
packaging.
niyan dito ngayon? Ano
For-
po ang
for the
tariff?
packaging. Sa RCEP po, it will be 10 and 15. Pero in the other FTAs po, it's 15%.
What is it now that we have not yet ratified ours?
15.
What is it right
15.
now?
It's MFN is 15.
Lakasan po.
It's 15%.
15% po presently. If we ratify RCEP, what will it be po?
That will be 10. Meron din pong 10, meron din pong 5%. It will be 15 lang po in ANSFATA. Pero in the other FTAs po, okay.
We
In the
just want
RCEP
an
po-
example that you are confident of telling us now. Just one of the 1,000 po. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Isang example lang.
Yung LLDP po, it will, in the RCEP po, it's 10 to 5.
What is LLDP?
It's
Please
low-
speak English.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's low density polyethylene.
So that is
Used in,
mga plastics?
in packaging, yes po.
Packaging.
Yes.
Packaging.
And then it will be 10 to 5%. In RCEP po, it will be 10 to 5% to be reduced. In other FTAs po, it's 15 in Australia, New Zealand FTA.
Please explain. Ngayon na hindi po natin naratipika ang RCEP, yung pag-import po ng plastic na yan ay ano po ang tariff? 10 or 5. Kasi mo 10 to 5. Ano ibig sabihin? Isa lang po. Ano
10
ngayon?
Sorry, ma'am. The MFN po of that polyethylene under HTN 3901.10.12 is actually 10. In the
O teka, isa lang po. So right now, it's 10%.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we ratify RCEP, what will it be?
It will be 10 to 5% po, bababa.
Magiging 5.
Okay.
O ganun lang po ang sagot. Ito pong produktong ito, plastic. Ngayon pong hindi pa naratipika, 10% ang tariff. Kung maratify po natin, ay magiging 5%.
10 rate po. Yes,
Tama
ma'am.
po. Ganun lang po. Simple lang naman eh. Nasa inyo po yung facts kasi nagka-practice po tayo. Eh kung kayo po ang tutulong sa akin, backstop ba tayo? Backstop? Ano tayo? Backstop. Eh paano kung ganyan kabagal? Eh magtanong, hindi po pwede. Kailangan po, dahil trabaho nyo yan eh. Oh, another example. So, pero that's plastic. So, ayoko mag-import ng plastic. Ay, nako.
Madam Chair, if I may just add also to
Yes,
what
okay.
Commissioner Paderon mentioned. Again ho, pagdating sa ASEAN countries natin, pag in-import natin yung polyethylene, zero na ho siya. Tapos, so ang what would only be material would be ano yung in-offer natin sa China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. Hindi ho natin in-offer yon to all of these countries, and we only offered it to one country among the ASEAN partners, and that is sa Korea. At pag galing ho sa Korea, nabanggit na ho ni Commissioner Paderon kung ano yung taripa, pero i-emphasize ko lang po na ang imports natin from Korea, pagdating ho dito sa ethylene represents just 0.1% of our total imports of polyethylene. Kumbaga ho, tinignan ho natin kung saan tayo hindi rin sensitive na bansa doon ho natin in-offer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, nakalimutan ko si Ernie. Ernie, before we go to the myths, you have a presentation. 5 minutes.
Maybe 10 minutes because that's 6% of the hearing time today. Can I have 10 minutes?
Sige.
All
Okay.
right. My presentation is based on experience and history. And I represent today, when I speak, not the farmers and fisherfolk only. I represent the Agri-Fisheries Alliance, which Senator Subiri is very familiar with. I represent the farmers and fisherfolk, which is the Alliance Agricultura, but we are in complete agreement with the presentation here. But I add two more perspectives. The Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Fisheries, which Senator Subiri is, has 46 industries, 46 agri-industry processing champions, and I represent Science and Academe, which is led by UP Los Baños all around the country. And this is their position. Their position is not simply no to RCEP. That's why I wanted, even 6% of today's time. And I agreed with Mr. Montomer that I would be second, but the second is what I will give right now. Our position is this. It is definitely bad for agriculture. For industry and services, you can debate that. But it is clear that, as Senator Legarda said, you have to do what's good for the country. Whatever it is that you decide. And if you ever believe that agriculture and services outweigh the disadvantages to agriculture, you must do what's good for the country. But you must not do it in a way that tramples on the social justice rights of the farmers and fisherfolk. And therefore, with the remaining few minutes, I'd like to tell you what we've been giving before, where we've gotten sometimes responses but no action. What are they? There are three. First of all, RCEP means more imports and hopefully more exports. We're not sure, but more imports. Now, in today's environment, imports are not following the law. We have rampant smuggling, we have no quarantine, and we have a disgraceful response to health and safety standards, which we demand of local people, but we ignore when it comes to imports. We must correct this. It is aligned with Senator Legarda said, guidelines. We're here to be together, and let's be together on guidelines. In other words, you can approve RCEP, as Raul said. We're not against it. We must have it sometime, but you must have the guidelines to have fairness. That's the first one, right? The first one is called, if we're going to import more, let us make sure that we don't continue this hemorrhage. And I'd like to inform you, according to UN statistics, the difference between that reported to us and that which we import, which is an indicator of smuggling, has more than doubled. From 500 million to 1.33 trillion. See, these are the things DA does not look at, and we look at it. That's why I'm saying we represent the other factors too. All right, so the first one is called the border controls, which is anti-smuggling, quarantine, etc. It's disgusting. Quarantine, ASF, COCALISA, my God. In other words, we cannot go into a new agreement and ignore what has happened based on studies and studies and studies. And I was in with the WTO. We saw all those studies were not true because they didn't look at reality. And those who say that RCEP is independent of the context, they're not talking reality. The second question is competitiveness. Senator Subiri, Senator Legarda, you say we should shape up to fight. Correct. Do we have the money to shape up? You've given us 1.5%. Vietnam gives 6%. But more importantly, there's a disaster that happened. And I don't want to continue so well, but I will continue because it's on record. It is clear that Napoles is alleged to have stolen 10 billion in 10 years. It's in the newspapers every day for months. TA has 22 billion in 1 year. Can I repeat that, please? This is not by some groups. The Commission on Audit has reported not 10, 22 billion, not in 10 years, but in 1 year. If you're going to give us money, give us enough. You give us 2% versus 6%. In addition, the 2% you give us, 1/3 is stolen. So you want us to compete? What do you think this is? You think that you can say tariffs are down, all of a sudden we compete? Please look at reality. That's my problem, the people who are not in the field. I'm in the field. I'm in operations. I was head of cement in 6 countries for for many years, correct? Okay? And I was the head, let me repeat, I was the vice president of UNCTAD for Asia. I know this. I was in DTID and Office of the President. I know this. We are not looking at reality. Let us put aside the studies, look at it, look at reality, correct? Okay, you're just asking for the restoration. They abolished the International Trade Committee. We could not even suggest to RCEP. Do you know that? DTI, I applaud you. As a captain, I applaud you. In DA, we were banned. Why do they ban us? Second thing, they banned us looking at the Department of Agriculture budget. If you continue this and you have RCEP, what do you think will happen? You think all of a sudden, just because we say something, things will change? No, that's why I like the guidelines. Senator Gar and Senator Weir, they're talking, but I think this is on record. We want to do those guidelines. As Mr. Romadre said, we're not saying no to RCEP. We're saying yes to RCEP, provided we have that thing, and that is the way forward. We will unite. But when we unite, we must make sure we don't know what's the past. We saw WTO kill us. All these promises went the opposite way. What? Are we stupid? We're going to do it again? We will not be stupid. So we recommend what Mr. Montemayor said. He said, we can do it, but let's set the guidelines. All right? That's the second one. The third one is what Vietnam does. It is to identify the threats and give the recommendations. On January 6, 2022, 1 year and 1 month ago, I put that on record. What do we have 1 year and 1 month later? What do we have? We have nothing done on anti-smuggling. We have nothing done on the private sector monitoring. And I called people last night and 2 nights ago. It's nothing happening. And regarding the threats, what do we have? Nothing. We can give you the threats, all right? So I'll give you already, this again is approved, not just by the Chamber of Agribusiness, Farmers, and Scientific, but believe it or not, by the DA's private sector group. There is only one department in the entire government that is private sector legislated. That's DA. What did they do? They abolished our 2 committees. And finally, regarding these threats, we haven't gotten anything. So let me say this thing also approved, okay? International Trade Committee, okay? They are number 1. We have to have the correct kind of management information system. We're the only country that has no management information system. Isn't it stupid? I mean, Mr. Inchong said that. It was mandated by law. We should go to Supreme Court and sue the government, right? Because it's in the law. We have no management information. Maybe Senator Zubiri and Senator Garda will not hear this now. But the most ridiculous thing is that they gave 40% for Kadiwa, 20% for the youth, and 1.4% for management information. Do they know what that means? And you know how much that is in the whole budget of 164 billion? It is 10 million. Have they gone crazy? In other words, if we approve RCEP, let us do what Senator Garda said. Let us have those guidelines. We've been talking, and we got nothing. So we will refuse RCEP if we don't have the guidelines. All right, let's be clear. We are not ready to be fools again and accept it without those guidelines. Okay? All right. Then the next one, of course, is this thing called 1 hectare. 1 hectare per farmer. This is another stupid thing, isn't it? They say they'll do it. Where's the budget? Where's the plan? It's all rhetoric. We don't want to get RCEP with rhetoric. We want rhetoric. We want RCEP with the guidelines of Senator Garda and Senator Zubiri. If you do guidelines, fine. If you don't have the guidelines, you must understand if we don't want to be treated like fools. And the third and last one, not at all, but they have been treating us like fools. Look at what happened at the WTO. Well, that's why we are grateful you're with us today, because we didn't have you when WTO was launched. You were not there to protect us. Well, you and Senator Zubiri are now with us. All right? You're now with us. All right. So I have said, basically, I agree with Mr. Montemayor. RCEP is not to be opposed forever. RCEP has many good things, but we must have the guidelines. And they asked me, ano, Ernie, will you wait till agriculture is ready? Of course not. That will not happen for years. But we must have guidelines that are implementable. Mr. Montemayor told me, etong guidelines na ito, baka rhetoric na naman yan. So we're fools again. You're asking if we'll be treated like fools. May I tell you something? We are treated like fools. Why is it that they said they would have private sector monitoring, and last night I called up and nobody has the list? Why is it that they have anti-smuggling and it went from 500 to 1.3 trillion? Okay? And this committee we want restored has shown it's the only one that has made smuggling work. And I was a member of both committees. Because customs is an independent republic. But when this oversight committee met them every month, reporting to the president, it went down by 25% and 31%. I know that because I was there. And then they abolished it again. So, ladies and gentlemen, especially Senator Zubiri and Senator Legarda, I know you're busy, but I hope you listen to the tape sometime. And thank you very much. But I just want the guidelines. I'm in support of Senator Legarda. We can do it with her guidelines and Senator Zubiri's guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ordonez. And just so that it's clear, those present here today, especially the Montemayor, are you brothers, cousin? Brothers, and Ernie, and of course, Attorney Inchong, all of you will help us craft it. Huh? You're the experts, so that your advocacies are embraced or contained in the guidelines. And we are not content with the guidelines. It has to be operationalized. From the guidelines, you will draft legislation for us. Resolutions and legislation which are, kumbaga sa batas, IRR, so that we will file the accompanying legislation based on the annex guidelines in our concurrence in the ratification. Hindi pa rin ako kontento dyan. Kailangan merong creation, inapprove na ni SP, ng Special Oversight Committee so that at the minimum, every quarter we meet with the agencies and see how they're performing on the way forward in everything that's contained in the guidelines.
Inconvenient assertion.
Yeah.
One inconvenient and maybe impolite assertion, but we've been treated like fools, so it's okay to be impolite because we're fighting for our rights. We want those guidelines done before ratification, not after ratification, because we want them approved by you before ratification. Because if it is after ratification, we'll be made fools again. That's what happened before ratification.
The guidelines will be made part of the
Thank you.
concurrence in the ratification. It will be made part whether I will accept the chairmanship. I'm just here as moderator now, and I'm being educated by you. So I'm not yet accepted.
Well, that's why we love both you and Mr. Zubiri. Thank you very much.
I make it a requirement. I have to read the guidelines if I agree with it.
Yes, of course.
And because there's no environmental and sustainability provisions in RCEP, doon ko isasaksak sa guidelines, pati PENCAS, lahat na advokasya ko, lalagay ko sa guidelines. So it will be more radical than you. Okay, never mind.
Taos pusong papasalamat po.
Maybe hear from Sendong, Mr. So. Sendong So.
Yeah. Madam Chairman, isa pa, no, sana magsabi ng totoo ang DTI. Palagi nilang sinasabi dahil dun sa fertilizer, yung South Asia, zero tariff yung urea for now. Is zero tariff. Palagi nilang sinasabi sa mga Frescon nila na dahil hindi tayo sasama sa RCEP, maapekto daw yung presyo ng urea, in which hindi totoo yan. No? Sila nga pumunta ng Indonesia with the president to negotiate fertilizer, hindi nila kayang gawin. No? Kasi ito is international market yan, trade, international market. So you cannot only to negotiate a certain volume, 1 billion bags ibibigay na sa'yo. Hindi
Pero ko lang sa'yo, ano yung hindi totoong sinabi ng DTI? Sandali. Right now, ang urea, is it urea?
Yeah.
Urea, ang pasok sa Pilipinas ay zero na.
Yes.
So, hindi sa RCEP, sa present FTA natin.
Yes.
Sa ASEAN FTA, it's already zero tariff entering in the Philippines.
Yes.
So what did DTI say?
Yeah, ang sabi ng DTI, pag hindi daw tayo pumasok sa RCEP, mawawala daw tayo sa supplier ng urea.
No, it's already, that's not true. I can assure you, it must have been a misunderstanding because all bilateral FTAs and regional ASEAN FTAs will remain. And the RCEP is a new agreement if we ratify it, but the other FTAs will remain. Tama?
Yeah.
ASEC? Ba't yung sinasabing mawawala ang zero tariff? Hindi daw siya nagsabi. O,
Thank
sige.
you, Your Honor, and thank you, Kasendong. Just to be clear, I did not mention na masizero ila dito sa RCEP. Ang sinabi ko kanina, we can check the records, is that yung sources natin ng fertilizers, 74% nanggagaling sa RCEP parties. Yung agricultural machinery, 78% nanggagaling sa RCEP parties. Yung agricultural tractors natin, nanggagaling din sa RCEP parties, 85% nun. So, sa Japan, China, Thailand. And yung insecticides natin, 70% galing sa RCEP parties. So, karamihan nito, zero na rin naman talaga yan sa existing FTA. But if mayroon mang advantage dito na makukuha ka because of RCEP, at least yung mga simplified rules in importing and exporting these products. Kasi nga, mas simplified yung rules dito sa RCEP compared sa existing FTAs. Yun po.
Chairman, hindi totoo yun, no? Inuulit natin. And I think the Secretary of DTI have announced sa mga TV station na yun, i-correct lang natin kasi para at least in the right track tayo, no? Hindi dahil sa RCEP, mawawala tayo ng fertilizer, no?
Baka it's the connection, sandali Sendong baka it's a connection. Hindi niya sinabi na mawawala yung zero tariff ng urea na inaamin niya na zero na ngayon maski wala ang RCEP. Hindi raw niya sinabi. Ang sinabi lang niya, may mga porsyento siya, 70+%, sources ng certain goods natin sa RCEP nations outside of ASEAN. Correct? Oo.
Yeah.
Outside of the ASEAN, within the RCEP countries outside of ASEAN. Yun. Siguro it's a connection. Hindi niya sinabi naman na mawawala yung existing zero tariff sa pagpasok sa Pilipinas ng mga urea.
Yeah.
Yun.
Madam Chair, hindi ang sinasabi ko si Secretary natin ng DTI. In the press statement for the past weeks, nabanggit niya.
Asek Pascual said mawawala ang pagka-zero tariff ng pagpasok ng urea sa Pilipinas?
Ang sabi ni Secretary Pascual is pag hindi tayo sumali sa RCEP, mawawala tayong benefit dun sa pagkuha ng urea. Na in which hindi totoo, yun ang sinasabi ko. Na maski ngayon, pagkuha ng urea, zero tariff, same kung pumasok tayo sa RCEP, it's still zero tariff.
Yes, it's zero tariff now, whether we ratify RCEP or not. But of course, there are benefits in other areas. Okay, Senate President, you wanted to say something?
No,
Yeah.
it's very clear what Casendo wants to his explanation that hindi tama yun, yung statement na yun. So clear na po. We'll correct the Secretary when we see him. Baka kaka-confirm lang kasi namin, Casendo. Siguro gulong-gulo yung isip nun. Last Wednesday lang namin na-confirm.
Baka kala niya dito.
Salamat.
Umalis na. Sige. At saka ganito, gawin natin rules ng ganito, ha? Isa lang magsasalita sa inyo, sa gobyerno, para hindi rin muddled ng information, si ASEC. Kundi si ASEC, si USEC. Pero, sagot nyo si Tariff Commission, sagot nyo si NEDA, sagot nyo si, alamin nyo lahat. Oo. Kayo lang, para hindi maraming boses na iba-ibang impormasyon. Ganon, ha? Ako, I will not speak if I'm not an expert in that subject matter. Okay, we have to go to session. Mr. Montemayor, okay, kayo na po ang huli.
Yeah, we just want to put on record our position paper, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Please submit your soft and hard copy of all position papers. Sandali, Foundation for Economic Freedom, hindi pa kayo nagsasalita. Tapos na ang UBRA, tapos ang Agrikultura, Alyansa, FFF, si Attorney. Okay, I want to give everybody a chance. Attorney Alcantara of the FEF. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator. I'll keep it very quick. So the Foundation for Economic Freedom supports the ratification of RCEP. We'll just list down a few of our arguments, and we'll send our official position paper shortly. So we believe that the RCEP offers a familiar and high potential environment for the Philippines in terms of exports and imports. So we believe that if the Philippines joins the agreement, RCEP can offer a market of 2.3 billion people, close to 1/3 of the world population. So this can mean that RCEP receives 33% of global inward foreign direct investment, and it was the source of 47% of global outward foreign direct investment. So it can have a trickle-down effect also on the investments in the Philippines. And second is the RCEP. We have a lot of other trade agreements in ASEAN, but actually RCEP provides predictable and uniform rules for trade and investment. So it's likely there's some sort of policy coherence also for RCEP. And it can contribute to the growth of the Philippine economy. So from FEF, we're also part of some economists. We predict the overall welfare of the Philippines by 541.2 million, or contribute to 1.93% of real GDP growth. We'll put that in official position paper, so data. And I think we'll just correct, our current computation was it will improve the tariff concessions 1,303, but from Secdep it's 1,397 tariff connections. It will improve the in the current the final tariff rates in RCEP. So 1,303 for us, but 97, I think, tariff concessions.
It will improve 1,303
tariff concessions.
What is that covers everything already?
Yes. Let me give one short list of
Yes.
examples. For examples na improve the Philippines, for China, preserved pineapples, pineapple juice, coconut juice.
Yan ang gusto natin maintindihan. Preserved pineapples.
Yes.
How will our ratification of RCEP affect preserved pineapples? What does RCEP say? What is the present regime?
Okay. Sa present regime, it will actually sorry, let me look for the data. For example, so for preserved fresh foods and fresh and preserved foods, RCEP can help because the raw example is material sugar, so key component for the processing of value-added products. So the cost of sugar in the Philippines is around 90 pesos to 100 pesos, but it's available 50 pesos in Southeast Asia. So if we sign on the RCEP, the cost of production, at least for intermediate raw materials and intermediate goods, can be lowered. So in our exports, like preserved pineapples and I think banana, will be able to reduce our costs in terms of production for pineapples and like pineapple juice, coconut juice, and preserved pineapple.
Saying that the raw materials of our processed products
Yes.
will be more accessible, cheaper, less expensive from the RCEP countries.
Yes.
And therefore, the finished product, which could be sweetened, processed
Yes.
of the products, can be exported at a lower rate.
Yes, lower rate.
Ganun magpaliwanag. Sige, pero tama ba yung intindi ko?
It's like the plastic, di ba? Like the packaging. So if we are an agriculturist, you want to use the packaging, you import it cheaper. Definitely when we repackage it and send it out, it'll be more competitive in the world market. This is packaging, ma'am. Packaging. There are certain packaging that it's either you use that or you cut trees. So ganun ang mahirap kasi cut.
You recognize the chair of the Transport Committee and Franchise Committee. Yes. Thank you for your support, Public Services. And Economic Affairs, you should have been here from 10 a.m., Madam Chair. Maybe because of you, we will have another hearing, Madam Chair. Oh my God, I'm just learning. I've not accepted it, Madam Chair.
Stop saying, malaman ni President.
Maybe you may want to sponsor it, Madam Chair.
I'm asking her to sponsor something else.
Okay. Okay, would you like to say something? An expression of support, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Well, we're very confident with a very capable well, I don't know what you are now, a moderator or
Future
a future
subcommittee chairman.
subcommittee chairman. It's really correcting impressions of our countrymen. That's a challenge right now. But hearing what we have so far heard from you, I think that it might be good for us. But of course, we'll have to consult also our stakeholders.
For the information of Madam Chair, we had initiated something innovative because we cannot change the terms of the agreement. We either reject or approve the concurrence of a treaty. So we will have guidelines for the executive departments present here who are party to the RCEP to help us in the implementation, both policy programs and funding and resources, and the creation of a subcommittee to watch them do it. Yan. That's an innovative, proactive kind of legislature that we have, a special committee. Last na po, Mr. Montemayor.
Yes,
Salamat.
wala kasi she's saying that if we join RCEP, we can buy cheaper sugar from RCEP countries. That is totally wrong. That's not true. No? Or whatever. No? Right now, we can buy from wherever we want to buy at the cheapest possible price. We don't need RCEP for that. Yun din ang sinabi ni Sendong. No, but ang point, and it's connected to what Sendong was saying, RCEP will not affect our access to raw materials. It has nothing to do with raw material access.
It's the wrong example.
Well, she said if we join RCEP, we can buy cheaper sugar to put in our canned pineapple. Hindi naman totoo yun. No? We can buy the cheap sugar now.
I'll add na lang, other raw materials or capital goods. I'll give another example. Cement, I think South Korea. From China, ignition wiring sets. Let me look at other, actually fertilizers also.
In other words, ang gusto lang natin, ang gusto ibanggit ni, is it director or ma'am attorney, is that when we manufacture in the Philippines, we do not have all the raw materials here. So we have to get it from abroad. Correct po. And sometimes, at least if we're in this organization, what you're saying is, although there's already zero tariff for particular, for example, tractors natin, yung farm equipments and inputs, zero tariff na yun. Pero may isang punto, sabi ni Sasek Jepti, na mas madali yung pagproseso na yun. Parang you come up with the new guidelines for everybody. Ito na yung, for ease of doing business, ito na yung guidelines for everyone to follow. Hindi na babalik, ano natin, FTA doon sa isa, tapos dito sa isa. So ito, isa na lang. Yan ang parang Biblia ninyo, together with the Bureau of Customs. Okay, number one. Number two, what they're saying is, for those items that have not been included sa zero tariff, bababa palalo for raw material inputs in the Philippines. So that our MSMEs, not only the big guys, our MSMEs can, for example, now produce cheaper for products to be able to compete in these 15 countries for the export. Tama po. So, tama po, ma'am, what you're saying. So that's the advantage there. Because let's face it, some materials, raw materials, are not found in the Philippines. Like cement and all that. Although we have cement, but you're looking at build. Hindi kaya ng local cement production yung kailangan natin.
Madam Chair, I just have to ask our esteemed kababayan from Pangasinan, Mr. Rosendo So, ano po yung position niyo dito for now, sir? Kasi we take a lot of advice from you as well.
Yeah, sa akin dapat ma-review mabuti, no? And I think ang nabanggit lang sa amin ni President BBM is dadalhin sa Senado at i-review. So ibig sabihin hindi naman i-ratify. We hope na ma-review mabuti para at least makita, no, kung anong problema para at least bago pag-usapan yung ratification. Thank you.
Sige, maybe we'll ask to meet with you so that you can also give your comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Salamat.
Madam Chair, just an expression of support and next steps, Susana. Ma'am, we fully support the direction the chair or temporary chair has taken. But next steps, ma'am, sana, we really need to achieve buy-in from the institutions like NEDA, TOF. Kasi even if you legislate the guidelines, remember, sir, yung sinabi kong mga provisions of law or legislation na pinasa noon, it was set aside. Binding ho yun eh. Kahit ho yung sa RTL yung section 10, yung safeguards, hindi ho pinakompute eh. Ibig ko sabihin, let us achieve some buy-in from these institutions. Kung ano yung common ground, ma-achieve na natin, yung hindi pa ho magkaintindihan, pagtsagaan na ho. Kasi we are on dangerous ground. Kasi ho, import dependent ho tayo eh. And yet yung sources ho ng imports natin, gumugulo ho yung climate nila, gumugulo ho yung production systems nila and supply chain. The higher our import dependence, the more we are on dangerous ground. Yun lang ho. And I support ho yung current direction ninyo. I will discuss it with our members na to keep an open mind. Kanya lang ho, ma'am, yun ho ang worry namin. May buy-in ho ba from NEDA? Because we are encroaching on deeply held beliefs of these economies. Hindi ko sinasabi na mga salbahe ho yung mga yan eh. Pero yun ho ang paniwala nila na maganda dito para sa bansa natin. Kanya lang, if you look at our history, nakasama ho eh. Yun lang po, ma'am.
I join you in your frustration. I've been here since 1998. Many of the provisions of laws I've authored are not being implemented correctly. And I have a very important law in 2019 that you're ignoring, and that's the Innovation Act, and that's good for MSMEs. So, kaisa ninyo ko, kaya nga hindi sapat po yung guidelines. Kaya sabi ni SP ay may special oversight committee na uupo kayo at nandyan kayo at yung chairman ng finance isasama sa special oversight para mapondohan at sasagot sila sa amin. May quarterly reportorial sa kanilang ginagawa at paghihilingin ng mga ahensya ang kanilang budget sa susunod na taon, papakita ang nagawa nila. Kung di nilang gawa, scrap ang budget nila dyan. Di ba?
Ma'am, related lang po.
Meron na po kami
Sorry.
No, let's maybe
Very quick.
we can give the final word, Madam Chair, to
Kay Mr.
former Secretary Montemayor, because we have to really go. Our
It's
members.
just a quick suggestion, Madam Chair. It's just that may we know from the DTI what would be the laws, rules, etc., national at saka local ordinances, for example, that will have to be changed or amended. I remember when Coco Pimentel was the chair of the committee, sabi ng DTI noon yung intellectual property code will have to be amended on the issue of sound marks. Now, another question, for example, Madam Chair, is yung Safeguard Measures Act natin, will that have to be amended to reflect the RCEP transitional safeguard provisions? So, baka marami po yung mga batas po. Kasi ang effect po kasi ng concurrence ng Senado, Madam Chair, is it has the effect of law. It becomes a law. And therefore, we will be bound to amend those laws that would be inconsistent with the RCEP. Parang WTO po noon, di ba? We had to come up with the Agricultural Tarification Act. We had to come up with the Safeguard Measures Act, etc. Yun lang po. Importante po, may legislative po kasi
Madam
implications.
Chair, ganito na lang gawin ko para I'm a stickler. Alam niyo naman, kami yung mga trabador niyo sa Senado. I hate it when it's on the drawing board and never implemented. So, I move, Madam Chair, first item of the agenda, that we create the technical working group for the instructions and guidelines that will be the guiding principle of this ratification. And we can get our gentlemen friends on the right side of the table to help us with the writing of the guidelines and instructions. Okay. Together with the technical group, of course, will be ASEC Alan and some members of the Foreign Affairs. DA, of course. DA number 1. Kailangan nandyan. And of course, the other stakeholders here from government. So I so move, there's no objection, Madam Chair. Maybe.
Of course, we fully support that, the TWG, to craft and draft the guidelines and the way forward. Yes.
And second, the way forward for our gentlemen and ladies here, we will come up with I commit, Madam Chair, we will file a resolution within today or tomorrow, the special committee in charge to oversee what the instructions or the guidelines that will be given by our colleagues here through the technical working group, dyan natin pwedeng i-discuss, Manong Leonie, yung mga bills na kailangan natin i-amend. Matagal na usapan yan. That will be another day for the bills to be amended and to be implemented. So, but we will create the subcommittee and the special committee as soon as possible.
Special committee.
Yes, special committee RCEP.
Magpapasalamat po kami sa inyong lahat po at mag-submit po kayo ng inyong soft and hard copy. And thank you to our agencies of government. Thank you po at TWG. Ay, tulungan nyo kami para maganda yung ating guidelines. Oo. At hindi tayo hinto sa guideline, ha? O, sige po. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The hearing is adjourned. Then we will create the TWG. Thank you to everyone.